So good morning, everyone. This is day 3 of the mediation training. It's going to be a day of mathematics, the practicalities of people being separated and the impact that that's going to have on the arrangements they have with each other, either in the settlement or the parenting plan. So we're just going to start off with a recap of the Children's Act, and then we're going to start with a role play of last week as the guiding case study for the practical and the theoretical models that we're going to do today, which is maintenance and the division of assets. Right. So we're just recapping now section 18 of the Children's Act, which sets out the rights and responsibilities of parents. So with great power comes great responsibility. Parents have to equally share the rights and the responsibilities. So if I pick up any parental alienation, I would ask the alienator, where is the court order that terminated the other parent's rights? Because unless there's a court order, your attitude is not in line with section 7. You have the responsibility to co-parent with the other partner. So if you're not doing that without a court order, there's something wrong with your conduct. Immediately in my mind, the question goes up, what's going on here? Is this an attitude problem, section 7b, or is this a capacity problem, section 7c? So in my mind, I'm looking for the root of the problem immediately if I pick that up. Now I have to ask questions to figure out what's going on here. Okay. So the rights and responsibilities, 4 rights and 4 responsibilities. Who can name them? Daisy? Okay, so guys, keep yourselves unmuted so that we can quickly go through. I'm going to ask you guys questions to test if you've paid attention.
Yes, is to the right to education, the right to live, the right to health.
Okay.
We're
I'm just
talking
going to
about the
stop
right
you
of
now
children.
because those are the rights in terms of the Constitution. So section 28 of the
Oh.
Constitution in chapter 2 sets out the rights of the child to education, to safety, to a name, to everything. I'm asking about the parents' 4 rights and 4 responsibilities in terms of the Children's Act, section 18 that we're talking. It was on your screen now for a split second. I'm going to take it away. So what are the 4 rights and 4 responsibilities of parents? Try again. Yeah.
It's guardianship, it's contact, maintenance, and care.
Great. Now, if I have to ask you, what is guardianship? Arnel, can you remember guardianship's got to do with?
With a document or permissions that both have to sign in regards to a passport, to consent to leave the country, to get married,
yes,
for medical procedures, and to buy or sell a property.
Right. If we're talking about guardianship, what word automatically pops up in your mind as well that goes with this? And it's going to take you to another section of the Act. How do they make decisions? How can you make a decision with someone else? Because this is a joint decision process.
They have to have contact and communication.
Yes. Great. That's the word. The magic trigger in your mind is communication. What section does it take you to if you hear the word communication?
Section 31.
Thank you, Nkosinati. Exactly. Takes us to communication. Section 31 on the screen. It says, before we make great decisions about children or any decisions, major decisions, we must give due consideration, step number 1, to the views and opinions of the child. 2, due consideration to the views and wishes of the other parent. So the co-holder of the rights with you, the mom and the dad. And it means that they are forced by law to communicate. So this is the most important thing that goes with the right to guardianship. So before you can make a decision, this section forces you to make a joint decision, to take the other person into consideration. Okay, they're forced by law to communicate. So this says, how do we make decisions? The first step is communication. If they can't communicate, what is the second step? If communication fails, what do they do next?
Then mediate?
Yes, mediate. What section tells us they must mediate?
33.
All right. Great. So if they have difficulties with contact care, guardianship, or maintenance, which includes the making of decisions, they must first mediate a parenting plan before they approach the court. Okay. This means that people must stay out of court, which Section 7 deals with. They're not supposed to go to court.
Are you talking about the mediation one?
No, I'm talking about what's in Section 7.
Yeah.
Which Section 7, A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever, up until N. Which one deals with keeping parents out of court? They're not
The
supposed
B
to
one?
go to court.
I think it's N.
N. Who said that?
Yeah.
Nkosinati. You know your law. I'm going to give you the head start among your female colleagues. Yes, Section 7N. It says, any action that avoids legal action is in the best interest of the child. Okay, so first step before you make decisions is communicate, Section 31. If they struggle, it's mediate, Section 33. They're supposed to avoid litigation at any cost, Section 7N, because it's in the best interest of the child. What happens if they want to go to court without mediating? There's a court case that you can use. What is the penalty for not wanting to mediate?
Cost implication?
Yes.
Oh, cost.
Yes. And what is the court case that gives you that heaviness?
I think it's Brownlee.
Yes. It's definitely the Brownlee matter. The shortened version is MB versus NB. Okay. And the judge that was very clever, his name was Judge Brassey. So he's the one that said, I'm going to penalize the attorneys. Right, so we're still busy with guardianship, making decisions about children. You know, your brain's automatically under guardianship, goes to Section 31. How do we make decisions? We communicate. If we struggle, we need to mediate. And the last step is we litigate. And before we litigate, we need to cover our ass. So we do a whole paper trail to say, we tried to mediate. My ex-husband refused, so I want the court to penalize him. So that's why a paper trail from yourself as the mediator is extremely important in your intake procedures, so that they can see from your paperwork who's the culprit that doesn't want to cooperate. Okay, so we'll deal with intake procedures next week. Right, so let's go back. Guardianship has got an emotional implication. If I have to communicate with my ex and I don't want to, do you think my lid will flip? Which one will trigger me? If I have to ask permission of my ex-wife if I can take our child to Mozambique. SCARF model. What does the SCARF model stand for, people? Let's start there. SCARF. S stands for?
Status.
Yes. C?
Certain.
Yes. Hey, and stop shouting all the answers in Nkosinati. I want to check if the emails are awake. A is for what?
Autonomy.
Yes, Daisy. Thanks for entering the game. R.
Relationship.
Yes, now you better shut up, Daisy, and you shut up, Nkosinati. The two blondes must tell me, what does F stand for? They're friends, so they can phone a friend and help each other.
Fairness.
Okay. Now, if I'm asking you again, if I have to get my husband's permission before I can take the child to Mozambique, which one of these will be triggered?
Status.
I can't hear you.
Autonomy. I think it's
Autonomy.
status and autonomy.
Yes, thank you. The correct one, the main thing is going to be autonomy, because I can't make that decision on my own. I have to co-parent. My lid's going to flip. So that's something you have to manage in the mediation. Your attitude, your explosion now. And you're going to tell them, I know it's unfair because he's not part of the life, but now all of a sudden you have to, so you need to calm him down. How do I calm someone down? What's the words I'm looking for? How to get someone's lid down? Looking for 2 words.
Validate.
Yes. And
Yeah.
another word for,
Listen.
sorry?
Listen.
Yeah, that is
Or not, yeah, not give advice or, um, okay.
Validate and ask.
validate and mirroring. Or it's the same thing. So
Mirroring.
you validate and you mirror. The other one which you said is you get them to breathe, you need to get them physically to calm down. So you do those listening. But the main thing is to validate the emotions. It's the biggest thing that will get the lid down. So if you can mirror, hold up the mirror and show them the emotions, it'll calm the lid down. Okay. Because what happens if they are upset? Where does all the blood go? It moves from their ears up into the prefrontal cortex. It swells up. So if they can't hear, it means they can't listen to each other. You cannot mediate until the lids are down. Biologically, it's almost impossible for them to mediate if the lids are up. Okay. Great. You see, we're still busy with guardianship. I'm not going to do the whole thing in detail, but guardianship means we need to make joint decisions. It automatically takes you to Arnell's brain that says communication. Communication takes you to section 31. Section 31 is all about communication, having to give due consideration to our views and opinions. If that doesn't work, section 33, which is mediation. We need to avoid litigation, goes to section 7(1)(n) in your brain and Judge Brassey automatically. Now you've done everything you could to make joint decisions. If that can't work, your 2 questions that you ask is what type of problem do I have here? Is this an attitude problem? Section 7, what is about attitude?
Uh-oh.
What?
I think it's
B.
it can be blocking the other partner from having access to the child. Also, even the issue of maintenance as well. If the other partner doesn't want to come on board in terms of maintaining the child as well.
Okay, so there's a lot of reasons. You're naming me a couple of reasons now. They will normally fall under 2 things. An attitude problem, section 7B, or a capacity problem. I've got the inability to co-parent with you because we've been fighting about maintenance. You're still not paying me. I think it's unfair or whatever. But 2 main things. Is this an attitude problem or a capacity problem? Can he really not pay the maintenance? Is he unemployed? Is there something wrong there? Is he a drug addict? Why can he not work? Why is he not paying the maintenance? Because that triggers the mom's attitude in terms of section 7B. So what's the root of the problem is the questions you need to start asking. What's going on here? So before you go into the detail in Kosanati, just start asking, is this an attitude problem or a capacity problem? And who's got the problem? The main sentence, I'm going to say half of it now. You complete it for me. The one with the attitude, or the one with the emotion, is the one with the...
I think the one with the emotions.
Is the one with what?
The one with the emotion.
Is the one with what? The one with the emotion is the one with the problem.
Problem, yeah.
Yes, is the one with the problem.
Yeah,
Yes.
so don't say the one with the emotion is the one with the emotion. The one with the emotion is the one with the problem. So you normally in mediation work on the one with the emotion first. Number 1, because you need to calm them down. Otherwise, they're not going to hear. And number 2, they obviously feel that something is unfair. They're uncertain about something. Something was threatened in terms of a relationship. So in mediation, you normally work with the one with the emotions first. Okay. That's a guideline. It's something you need to keep in the back of your mind. Like in the session we had with Larry and Delilah, who had the most emotion?
Delilah.
Okay. So you're probably going to have to work on Delilah first because she is the one experiencing all of these things. And that means that she has needs. She has needs that she's verbalizing more than the other one at this point. So initially you're going to start off with Delilah to understand the problem better. Okay. Right, so let's recap. That's basically everything under guardianship. The next one is contact. So if we look at contact, before we can do contact, we actually need to jump to the definition of caring to determine who's got the greatest capacity to care. We also need to look at with who the strongest bond is before we can do contact. Okay, so before you look at contact, you need to look at the definition of care. All of these things you need to build into a nice, complete, holistic picture. Suitable place to stay, living conditions conducive to the health, well-being, and development of the child. You know that circle with the 5 factors in it. Safeguard and promote the well-being of the child. Financial support. Protect the child against abuse. Okay, what is the definitions of abuse? Name me the forms or the types of abuse.
Financial, physical, emotional,
And sexual.
Yeah, sexual. The definition also goes further, talks about labor practices that exploit children and bullying. That's also part of the definition.
yes.
And the main thing that you're going to use in mediation actually is allowing the child to be subject to any behavior that may harm the child emotionally or psychologically, because this is the tool you're going to use to manipulate the parents that have high levels of conflict. So you're going to tell them, you are abusing your child. You are not working together. You cannot get it under control. The kids are anxious every time the two of you fight over something. You're causing them to have attention deficit disorder and anxiety issues. So you are causing it. What happens if it continues? What do I need to do as the mediator?
Report it.
Yes, in terms of section, what section of the Children's Act?
Let me just have a look.
150.
Yeah, well, Daisy, that's sort of right, but that's the investigation you need to do to determine. But before that, the responsibility, the statutory responsibility on you to report lies in section something else than 100.
150?
No, not 150. We did it last week. Section 110. There's a whole list of people that have to report if they suspect.
Okay.
Hanley Stoll basically told it. When you reasonably suspect any abuse or neglect of a child, as an attorney, a homeopath, a traditional leader, etc., you must report it to who? To who do we report? 3 people we report to.
To the police, to
Yeah.
social workers,
Yeah, and
to
DSD.
yeah.
Right, designated social work organization or Department of Social Development or the police. Okay. Right, so still under the definition of caring, we have to respect the child's human rights, which is the rights that you started talking about a while ago, Daisy. The child's right to safety and security and a place of employment, a place of safety, education, a name, etc. So that's the child's rights. We're talking in section 18 about the parents' rights. Okay, so we need to guide the education of a child. We need to guide the child in the decisions that the child has to make, guide the behavior in a humane manner. So that's similar styles of discipline. We have to maintain a sound relationship. We have to ensure that the child actually has maintain a relationship with both parents. So that's also forcing them to co-parent. We need to accommodate the special needs that the child have, and we have to ensure the best interest of the child is paramount. Okay, so when we talk about just let me move the screen. If we talk about contact, what are the 2 main things we need to look at to determine where a child should primarily stay? The 2 biggest categories first. Your brain must go to it. And if you look on your picture of the calendar, bless you.
Thank you.
So if you have your picture in front of you with the 2 hands and the 4 balls, there's a calendar somewhere. Gives you 2 words.
Yes.
Before you can determine contact and primary residency, 2 biggest factors. And I said it 5 minutes ago as well.
Bond, the bond capacity
Yes.
of
Okay.
care.
Capacity for what?
The capacity to care.
Yeah.
To care.
Of care.
Yes. So those are the 2 biggest things your brain goes to. Who's got the strongest bond with this child and who's got the greatest capacity to care? If they're still on equal footing, then you need to go into section 7 in greater detail to determine primary residency. and the contact structure. And if the two parents are equal in everything, you have to look at a shared primary residency arrangement, because obviously the kids cannot pick one. There's no clear winner, so they both need to share the kids as much as possible. In your brain, automatically you go to that circle with the two arrows, which says for one child to optimally develop, I need to have fully functioning mom and a fully functioning dad to have as much time as possible with that child. So we don't have the doctor scenario fixing or doing his degree in 3.5 years. We want to see how much contact we can build into our parenting plan so that we get back to the restoration of the 30-day, 12-month, and 18 years contact structure, where the child has access to both parents as much as possible for his own well-being, development, and self-esteem to be optimal, because I need two parents to invest a lot of time. So that's going to determine my contact structure. How much time should Larry spend with the kids? Who should be the primary parent? Okay. So we're going to mediate that now. Where should they stay? And these are the questions we need to look at. Is there issues with the capacity to care on both parents' part? Yes, there's issues with Delilah. She's always working. There's issues with the dad. They're different, but they have an impact on the children's well-being and development. And we need to figure out what's going on before we determine the right to contact. So it means there needs to be a healthy relationship. The parents have a right to visit the child or be visited by the child. Primary residency, we need to build in a lot of electronic contact. We need to make sure that the kids are invested in by both parents. Maintenance, 4 easy steps. We're going to deal with that today. J101, what's the total expenses of the child? How do we reduce the expenses in step number 2? Step number 3, the pro rata contribution of both parents. And number 4, who pays what in terms of the agreement and the percentage. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a while. In section 7, I'm just going to quickly recap, but you need to know this off by heart. And if you don't know it yet, you've got that for the blocks, and then it's on the big black box. Everything is typed out for you for ease of reference. The nature of the relationship, section 7A. 7B, the attitude. Section 7C, the capacity. Section 7D, what's the effect on the child? Section 7E, how difficult and expensive are you making it for the child to have contact with the parents? F is about the child's voice. So the child will tell us what is his need to remain in the care or to maintain a connection. How do I get the voice and the opinions of the child? Through interactive analysis or a socio-emotional assessment, or a voice of the child interview with you as a mediator. Depends on the resources of your clients. Okay. G is very comprehensive. It's the age, maturity level, developmental stage, gender, background, and characteristics of a child. You need to look at the temperaments of a child and the developmental stages to determine, is there parental alienation? Is this child unduly influenced? What's going on here? Ask the questions if the flags are being raised. H, physical and emotional security. Who does the child tell their secrets to first? Any disabilities? If a child's in a wheelchair, you can't live with them on the 12th story of a building in COVID or in ESCOM problem times when there's blackouts. Okay, chronic illnesses. This is something to do with Larry, ADHD, asthma, and lactose intolerance. We need to figure out, is there really chronic illnesses? If so, do the parents have the capacity to care? Do they have the right attitude? So even with 2 doctors' letters, if Larry still thinks it's bullshit, can he be the primary caretaker? These are the things we need to find out. Okay, stable family environment. Neil, again, if you look at your picture with the 2 homes, there's trauma in the middle, all this moving up and down. We need to create as much stability for the children as possible by, I said to you, using the words left eye, right brain perspective, where we have to get the child's brain to think the 2 homes are the same home by doing similar things, similar styles of discipline, similar brands of toothpaste, routines. Everything must be the same. If the 2 houses are the same or similar, the kids will think it's the same house. It will minimize the trauma of the moves. Okay, L, we need to protect the children against abuse. Family violence, you need to look at protection orders. Why did the mom not follow through? Is she using it as a tool to alienate the child, or is there really abuse? What's going on? Ask the questions. Family violence is something you really need to look at. L also means that we need to protect the children against the high levels of conflict between the parents, and I want you to use force or exert pressure on the parents by that threat of Section 110, the removal of the kids if they don't adhere to the principles of proper communication. And then Section 7N, Nkosinati's favorite one, to avoid litigation is always in the best interest of children. Okay, we've done Section 31. Now, if they refuse to respect each other's rights, they can be arrested, they go to prison for a year, or get 100,000 Rand fine. The same is if they refuse to give the address where the other parent is living. Okay, now Section 33, they need to mediate before they go to court. Section 10 and 31 is we need to give due consideration to the views and opinions of the children. Great. Which one deals with the approach we need to follow when working with children? My favorite section. It's on your screen for a split second. Okay. So what things do we need to look at under Section 6.4? Your main objective as a social worker. It's 3 things. Section 6.4.
I don't have the answer before me, but I'm just thinking the safety of the child, the
No.
well-being of the child.
No. Section 6.4. In dealing with children, the following approach should be followed. 1, 2, 3 things. Sonati, you're supposed to know your act better than the 2 blondes and the brunette. What happened? Have you now joined? Is it peer pressure? What happened here? Take your act, people, and look at Section 6.4. I just on the screen for a split second and no one looked.
I've got that section in front of me, but it's just reading it. It's
It's fine. But
okay.
you got it first, Nada, so you're going to get a quarter of a point.
Okay, so it's in any matter concerning a child, an approach which is conducive to conciliation and problem solving should be followed, and a confrontational approach should be avoided.
It's big on your screens. Please take a photograph. It's what I'm hampering on with a carrot thing all the time. What's the problem? You guys need to solve it. Is this a maintenance problem? Is this Larry's capacity? Is he on dope? Is it the mom that's not working? Is it emotional stuff that caused the divorce? Is it 20 years ago, the pregnancy? What's going on here? Why can Larry not co-parent? Why is Delilah not giving him a chance? Why is she so hard on him? Is he really a bad dad? Is she really just a working alcoholic, a workaholic mom? Okay, this is the main thing that you have to keep in the back of your mind when you mediate. This is your strategy. This is supposed to be your attitude. You're supposed to conciliate them. Does conciliation mean marriage counseling? No. I told you about the taxi or the car. The wheel drives this way. The mom thinks this way. The dad that way. What is the axle? It's the children that break. Conciliation, the word that automatically comes up is wheel alignment. Alignment to what? To Section 7. The best interest of the child. That is what you align the parents' conduct to. You constantly take them back to Section 7. Constantly take them back to the definition of care. Constantly take them back to Section 18. So this conciliation has got to do with how well you know the law. Can you take them back? So how can you take them back if you don't know your sections? And we need to avoid confrontation. You need to tell them it's okay to be angry at this guy. He hasn't paid maintenance in a year or 20 years. I understand you're frustrated, Delilah. However, he's still the dad. So we need to prove to a court that he doesn't have any capacity to take care of the kids. So now we need to figure out how bad is his dagga use. Does it affect him to the point where he doesn't have the capacity to care? Or is she overreacting? So avoid confrontation means that you understand their emotions, but you can manage it. And that's the Children's Act. Then you guys know the emotional list, the positive and the negative emotions. It goes back to Inside Out, that movie about self-regulation. Emotion is a clue of what?
Of a need?
That is what? So yes, a need, and it's either this or that. If I'm happy, it means all my needs are
Met.
yeah.
Unmet need.
If I'm happy, it's met needs, and if I'm unhappy, it's unmet needs. My needs are not fulfilled. I'm not meeting my needs. I've got expectations that's not fulfilled. I've got actually emotional needs that's either fulfilled or not fulfilled. It will determine if it's positive or negative. So emotions are a clue. That's why you are not supposed to be afraid of emotions in your sessions, because they give you clues of what's going on with the people. Your job is to ask questions. What's going on here? Then you understand, flip your lid. We went through the SCARF model, child, parent, and adult mode. How do they communicate? They either shout at each other or they withdraw, the still face experiment. The one is aggressive, the other one is passive aggressive. Parent mode is where one parent tries to exert power over the other one. And then we need to get them into adult mode to communicate like adults, teaching them proper communication skills. Healthy boundaries, we spoke about it this morning on a personal level. How do we draw boundaries with people that's not good for us? How do these clients draw boundaries with each other? If you don't pay maintenance, then I'm going to take you to maintenance court. If you keep on shouting at me, I'm going to block you. If this happens, then that happens. Like the Bible says, your yes must be your yes and your no must be your no. You can't change that boundaries all the time. Sit at the bottom and then tell me you're a victim. Okay, who changes the boundaries? You must take responsibility for your own conduct before you blame your ex-husband all the time. And then this is the main thing that we're trying to get off. 5 steps to communication. Your feelings and emotions are clues of a need. Step number 2, it's your responsibility to identify that need. What do you want? I want him to pay maintenance. I want him to co-parent. I want a divorce. That's why it's important to ask yourself, what does Delilah need? What does Larry need? And if you don't know what they need, you're going to try to do something else. Because half of you last week would try to get Delilah into marriage counseling. You couldn't help yourself but go into therapy with her. Have you tried? Can we go to more counseling? Okay, her need is not to get back into counseling with him. Her need isn't even that he co-parents with her. She's beyond that. Her biggest need is she wants a divorce. Okay, so we have to go to the next step, which is about the PMS request, where we have to ask for what we want. So actually, Delilah is the one. And if you're in the heat of the session with them, and you understand that she's actually one with the problem, you need to get her to take responsibility for that need. So Delilah, what do you want? I want a divorce. What does it mean if you want to get a divorce? You need to go to a lawyer. We need to start dealing with the children. We need to get a parenting plan. We need to look at a settlement in terms of who gets the house and the car. Then we need to do active listening. Larry, do you hear that? Yeah, but I don't want to get a divorce. I love her. And then we need to negotiate the solution. Okay, Larry, you don't want to get a divorce. Delilah wants to get a divorce. What do we do now? So there's certain practical things that will make sense at the end of this training. But in a nutshell, we need to really negotiate solutions holistically in terms of what the clients want. And then that is the end of your talking spree. The next part will be the setting of the agenda, where you start writing down what your client's needs are, what are the blocks that you've written down, and how are we going to move forward into the discussion phase. And you need to facilitate that whole process. Okay. Questions, people?
Oh, sorry.
No questions.
I've got one question. Oh, I see Kusanati also has one. Do you want to go first? Because I'm still planning my words in my mind.
Okay, Kusanati, gentleman.
No, there's no
Oh,
question.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I noticed that I was thinking, and I realized that I need to change that perspective, is that when somebody comes and they come in and they verbalize their need, I was under the assumption that I would need to find out, is that really their need, or is there needs that are underlying to those needs? And I think without me realizing it, I wanted to change the need. So for example, Delilah wants a divorce. And because she wants a divorce, and I'm thinking of all the consequences of the divorce, and, can't we first, see, is that really the only option? And that colors the way that I will deal with the situation. So for me, this is a big learning, Melanie, to see that I cannot evaluate that need in that sense. So this is where my question comes. How do I draw the line to say, I'm evaluating to see if this is really the need, and are there underlying needs that are not being verbalized, without evaluating the validity of the need?
Yeah. You need to really listen to the client. You need to ask more questions. If what they want and need has been verified by you, like you are allowed to verify, but you cannot then force your opinion on it, because now you're hearing, yeah, if only this guy co-parented, if we can get his parenting skills up, if we can get them into counseling, you actually think that this marriage has a great chance of restoration. Now you are sort of manipulating the outcome. That's what we need to be careful for in terms of therapy, putting our therapy hats on, because you guys will have the tendency to go into counseling mode. If you don't hear that this woman has now for the 5th time said, I don't want to work on it, I don't want to go to counseling, why are you constantly pushing me into that direction? You will actually sense if your client turns unhappy with you. That's going to be your biggest clue that you're overstepping the boundaries. If you are aware. If you're not aware, you're going to push them into therapy. She might eventually sit there and say, yes, 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 and maybe give it another go. But inherently, there was no deep respect for where she was at. So you need to take 5 or 10 minutes to figure out what is really going on here. But once you've established that she really wants a divorce, although you have a different opinion, you cannot follow your route there. You need to have respect for where she's at. And obviously, not at the same stage. He's somewhere else totally. You need to figure out what they need.
This is, no, thank you, Melanie. And this is very valuable to me, because I was not even aware that it's not the obvious thing. It was very, it was hidden. So now in this exercise, I saw what was hidden, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So it's been very helpful to me to understand that my own, I'm with my whole being. I'm in that conversation, and to manage myself as well.
So
which I thought I was doing, but
we think that. But remember, we have a very strong backdrop. We've got a programming at the back of our minds as well that's playing all the time. That's why we spoke about the Johari window and your blind spots and your prejudices so much in day one, because they are there. And something like Christianity, if we really believe that we're broken, we want to heal people, they all need Jesus, what are we going to do? We're going to start preaching to people. Say, you need Jesus to be healed. What are we going to do to an agnostic person? You're going to alienate him. You're not going to be the best mediator because you are now trying to be a spiritual counselor. And that is part of our being. That's part of my being. So I don't resonate with all my clients because I will tell them. But I'm in a fortunate position. I'm in private practice. I don't do clients actually. Most of my people where I do operate come from churches. So that's currently where I'm at. 5 years ago, all my referrals came from court. It changed, and I need to be true to me. That's why I need to know what my values are, so that I know daily I am in my core value happy space. If I cannot talk about Christianity because I know that's the only true solution, section 6.4 solution, then if I can't talk like that, then that's why I wouldn't be able to work in an organization like an NGO at this point where I just have to mediate everyone, because I'm at this stage of my life where I'm into significance and calling and purpose. So that's where I'm at. I owe it to myself and my clients to be in line with where my needs and my values align. Okay. If you don't have a choice and you have to work for a salary and you are there, you need to balance that personal viewpoints, personal values versus what's my job. Is my job a social worker? Is my job a court mediator? In this case, was I appointed as the mediator or the social worker? You need to be responsible for the job that was given to you. Then you need to manage that, because you cannot force it on people. That's what I'm saying. You need to pray for a lot of wisdom and discernment, because I believe you can still bring your values to the table. And sometimes you do it like John Maxwell, that wrote secular books based on biblical principles, but not saying in Luke 24, it says, sow what you will reap what you'll sow. So if you're going to be mean to your ex-wife, she's going to be mean back. Her attitude's going to suck. You're going to use section 7b, the attitude, to tell him, if you're going to be mean to your wife, she's not going to respond well. If you don't pay maintenance, she's going to block your contact. I don't have to hit him with a Bible, although I know that's the backdrop to it. So we need to be wise as serpents and calm as doves. So it takes wisdom, Nada, and it takes understanding of your role. It takes understanding what you're busy with. You have to understand your context, because in this, you also need to protect yourself. If you're working, for example, in an NGO and you're bound by the SAC, SSP, and they're going to lay a complaint against you for forcing spirituality down my throat, you're going to end up without a job because your license is taken away. So cover your ass is always the main one. It's the starting point, because if you're taken out of the game, which is Satan's big aim, then you're not going to be able to help the family. So that's what he's going to be after. So I don't think that's not a reality. So you need to be clever. You need to know what's going on. What is my mandate? Who am I in this picture? What do I bring to the table? Am I stepping out of line a bit or not? Okay. So I'm going to train you through the role play today and see what needs to be done first. So I want Arnel to be Delilah and Nkosinati to be Larry. And Daisy and Nada, you're going to be the mediators and you're going to help each other. So who wants to go first as the mediator?
I'll go.
Fantastic. Thanks for being brave, Nada. And where we are in this point is that Larry had 5 minutes to tell you why he was here. Delilah had 5 minutes. We had that little listening exercise. And now you need to start with the agenda. You need to decide where you're going to start in everything that they gave you. They gave you a mind dump. So if you have your paper in front of you from last week, Nada, you can use that as a guideline. And I want to see how you mediate, where you go, and we're going to learn through trial and error.
Okay. So let me just make sure that I'm on the right page here. So, oh, it's that blocks. You're talking about the paper with the blocks, right? Or is it
that you guys listen to what the clients are saying. As they're talking, you take proper notes. From the notes, you're going to determine what's all the points on the agenda. And from that, you're going to determine which item you're going to talk about first, second, and last.
Okay. All right.
So to recap, I'm going to play Larry and Delilah to you again. I by accident started recording over it, so just for recap. Children, it's extremely difficult being married to someone that never takes responsibility. I've just had it. I'm up to here. It's hurtful. I'm tired. I just want a divorce. I want to get it over and done with. I want him out of my house. Okay, so if I haven't said this, you've got another chance now to make more notes while you're listening to this again. So use the
I think I've got most of the notes.
Okay. So just double check now by listening again if you've missed something. Divorce, I want to get it over and done with. I want him out of my house. I will take care of the kids. He's never taken responsibility. He's been stuck in student mode since we got married. I mean, Peter is at a very difficult age. He's got ADHD. He forgot to take him to the doctor the other day. I mean, who forgets a 13-year-old boy when he's got a doctor's appointment? This is absolutely ridiculous. But the only thing he's interested in is driving around in the Porsche with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, Lisa, who he says is just a friend. But I mean, they're together all the time. The other day, they even took Candace with them to Milky Lane, having ice creams. He knows that she is on lactose intolerance medication. How on this good earth do you give a child with lactose intolerance flippin' ice cream with your girlfriend? That's ridiculous. She's 3 years old. She's not supposed to be exposed to another lady. What was he thinking? I just think it's impossible. And then the worst part is he hot boxes in the car with Susan. She's got asthma. She's in primary school. She's 8 years old. What example is he setting for her? Hotboxing in the car. Telling you, I've just had it. I work my butt off day and night to provide for us. I'm the only provider. He sits in his studio trying to paint. I'm not sure what he's doing all the time. And I just need to provide. I'm working from day and night to provide for all the expenses. He's not helping me with the parenting. I've just had enough. I want a divorce. I'm just so over it.
Thank you for sharing. Sir, you can go.
I can't believe it came to this. I just love my wife. I've been in love with her since I saw her in Paris the first time. She was this bubbly, lovable, fun person to be with. I mean, we just had the best time. I won that bursary. I was going to make it in the art world. And, she was my best friend. I miss having my best friend around. All of a sudden, she's this grown up with responsibility sense. She doesn't have any fun. She's never been a partner to me. I mean, I know things changed when she fell pregnant and had to come back to South Africa, but still, we could have made it work. But she was always more interested in her career. She's never at home. She pretends like I'm the bad parent, but she's actually never here. She chooses her work above us. And I mean, Lisa's just a friend. She's in my yoga class. She listens to me when I have bad days because my wife's never around. I love my wife. And I mean, at the end of the day, we can still make it work. I love her. I love her. And where will I go if we divorce? I can't think of my life without her. And where would I go? But yeah, I just can't see us getting a divorce. I just can't see it happening. May I ask if we went to probably 5 different therapists over the last 10 years. I am not going to try anymore. You know how much money it cost me to go into therapy? And then he would be late. He wasn't interested. Now all of a sudden he wants to work at the marriage or whatever. He just wants it. He just wants it easy. I'm telling you, it's not because he wants me. He's already replaced me with another girl, which I don't care about. But no, I'm not going to do more marriage counseling. If that's where you're going with that question of yours. Have we considered it? Yes, we did. Have we done it? Yes, we did. Did it work? No. No, it didn't work. Okay, and this is where you continue, Nada.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, thank you very much for helping me to hear what you are saying. I can see that you are very angry and upset. And I can see that you have tried so hard in the past to do everything to make this marriage work. And that today you are, and today you really have had enough. And you are only interested in, let me backtrack that. Your desire is to bring this relationship, marriage relationship, to an end, requesting a divorce, and to see how we move forward from here.
You've got it right. That's it. That's what I want.
Okay. So, Larry, you've shared with me what your perspective is on the relationship with Delilah. And you've heard what she has said. So, hearing what she is saying, is there anything you want to tell me further on this?
I just love my wife, and I don't see any future without her. So yes, it's as much as whatever that happened, I really want to be with her. Yes, I understand I've made those mistakes, but at the end of the day, she's still my wife. She's still the mother of my children.
I hear
I'm
you,
not
Larry.
gonna be your wife anymore for soon. I might be the wife of your children, but definitely not your wife. Daai bootjie het daai kite het gevlieg.
Larry, I hear you, and I understand that you want to, that you love your wife and that you still want to be in this relationship. As you've heard Delilah, she's very definite about not continuing with this relationship. So so you are each on both on opposite sides of this conversation, and we and we have the children to consider here. The children is the most important part of this relationship in this conflict situation that we're finding ourselves in today. So to take care and make decisions in terms of their well-being, we would need to find a way to meet one another halfway, to see how can we keep that goal of the children being the children's well-being and their safety and their care being important. How can we move forward from here? And meet that goal. Well, do you have any, can you tell me a little bit more about what your thoughts are around that? What's coming up for you?
Yes. If she divorced me and she kept on emphasizing the issue that I need to move out of the house, then how are we going to deal with this? And also including the issue of our three children as well, because I don't know where to go. I don't have any other place. So that's the only thing that I want. It's that we sit down and we try to provide solutions to our relationship. And I'll also try to improve myself and be a better person, not only for my wife also, but also for the children as well. Because I understand the life of our children is at stake as well. So it won't sit me well if she just divorced me just like that. We have a lot at stake at this point, man.
Harry, you had to think about that a long time ago. A long time ago. We've tried. It's years and years and years. And where you stay is not my problem. You made your choice. You made your bed. Now you sleep in it. I'll take care of the kids because in any way, you can't take care of them. That you've proven over and over and over. You don't care about me. You don't care about the children. You just care about yourself. And for now, I'm going to stop taking care of you. You take care of yourself for now. That's it. Shame, Kosinati, I feel very bad because I've got you here on the screen. It feels like if I'm actually talking to Larry. I don't mean it.
Okay. I want you not, I took her out of the training room. I put her in a waiting room. I'm not sure I'm going to get her back. But Nkosinati, I don't want you to give into the divorce yet. I want you to be stuck for me for a while on, I don't want to get a divorce. Okay, so don't say, oh, it's fine, divorce me.
Yeah.
I want you to keep on saying, I don't want to get a divorce.
Okay.
Okay, now I just need to get her back. I don't even know where she went to now. How do I get her back from the waiting room? Shame. Break up.
Kosinati, like I said, I'm sorry, but I think I want to try and play the part, okay?
I'd stick to it. I want you to stay
Yes.
into that. Ugh, how do I get her back, people?
You must allow her in. Look at, let me just see if I can. Make me co-host, Melanie.
How do I make you co-host? Ask me if you can be co-host. I give
No,
consent.
just see. If you click on my name on the right hand side, those three little dots.
My ghost, was I.
Okay, let me see if we can see her in the. Okay, there she is. I'm just gonna quickly let her in.
How
There
do
we
you do
go.
that? Where did you see her?
It states on the top of the screen. It says Nada's in the waiting room, so I just let her in.
Oh.
Okay, welcome back, Nada. Continue.
Okay. Thank you, Delilah. So, okay, so we've both of you have had an opportunity to describe and share your context and your perspectives and how you feel about it. So, the let's discuss to see how the practical uh, uh, um, decisions are going to look like. I want to suggest the following agenda, and we can move through the agenda point by point. And let's keep to the time we've got. Let's see how we go time-wise. So it's and try and see how we can work towards a solution as we move through the agenda and still keep to the time that we have available for us today. Let me just get my... Okay. How does that sound to both of you?
Whatever floats your boat. I just want to get it over and done with as soon as possible. I don't want to waste time. I've wasted enough time. Enough of my precious time.
Come in.
So I'm just over it.
Okay.
So you can
Yes.
deal with it in Kosanati. Is there someone you need to attend to quickly?
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Okay. I don't want a divorce. I don't want to divorce my wife. That's the only thing I want. I want us to work on our marriage.
Larry, what we are going to do here is this hasn't happened. This conversation, this sentence did not take place. Okay. Larry, I hear you. I can hear that you really want to stay in the marriage and want to work in the marriage. I'm sure you can understand that there are two people in a marriage that make a marriage work. And Delilah have really clearly indicated that she does not want to stay in the marriage and she wants a divorce. So coming back to what you've said earlier, that your desire is to make decisions for the well-being of your children, and then also to have a look at how is that going to look practically. There's one house, and how is it going to look like if we go ahead with seeing how we can work through a solution. So if we go through the agenda and look at the rights and responsibilities of each parent and look at the and look at how we're going to deal with the situation of where the children will stay and how the living arrangements are going to look like. We can work through all of those points today, because time we only have a limited we have a certain amount of time today, and we want to get to a solution that is workable as much as possible in the time that we have available today. Yes, Larry, I can see there's something that you have that you want to share or say.
Yes. Before we talk about the issue of rights and responsibilities, I need to address this. I don't want to get to divorce my wife. That's the most important thing. Then we can start talking in terms of how we manage this whole issue, the problem that my wife raised against me. Yes, I would really, really appreciate it if we can start on the issue of divorce. I don't want to divorce my wife at all.
Well, it seems like we really have a problem here. I want a divorce, you don't. So, what do you do about that now?
Larry, let's come back to the children. Is the divorce and really want to stay in the marriage the most important thing here today? Who is the most important today?
It's actually my wife. She's the most important thing to me, and also it includes the children as well.
So, in law, the most important person here today are the children.
And my wife as well, yes.
Yeah. So, the Children's Act is making it very clear that we have to look and make sure that the children's needs are protected. So we start with the children, where the parents are in a conflict situation with each other, and the children has to be protected. We have to first look at their needs and protection. and well-being.
So, meaning that we have to focus on the children. Yet on the issue of divorce, we don't entertain that at all.
Okay, let me stop here and just say to you that, Larry, I can hear you want to have a divorce, and I can see that you really, really want to go on with this relationship with your wife.
Correct?
Yes, yes. And I can see that. So it's not that we are not going to, let me put it this way. The children's importance still stays important, and the most important. So as an adult, there are certain responsibilities and certain ways we have to think about how are we going to look
Larry
after
for a
the
minute and Kosenate. So you're
Mm.
saying the kids must be first, but what about my needs to not divorce? You keep on talking about the kids. Where are you going with this? What do you want?
And not in any way. If you say that the adult, he's like a big child in any way, it's like you can't get him to think like an adult or a parent because he's a big child. This is what you're hearing now. It's all about me, 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 me.
No.
Well, it's easier to go against you than to...
Before we, okay, so let's just pause it for now. Where are you going with this line of questioning, Nada? What did you want to happen? Because you kept on saying the kids are important, but what about the kids?
Yeah.
Where are you trying to go? Because you're taking a very long route, and I'm not sure where you're going with the kids. So tell me what was your game plan?
Okay. So I was hoping that if we can get to look at in this conflict situation and the needs that each party has, to realize that their decisions and their needs are encroaching and making, and has an impact on the kids. So I thought that if we can, if I can highlight that, so that we can get to the agenda and work through.
Yeah, your agenda. You have an agenda.
Yeah.
What's his agenda?
He wants not to divorce.
Okay, so now you're bringing kids in. The kids aren't even playing a role at this point. She's full of him. He loves her. Is the kids part of that equation? No, you're using the kids as a tool to get him to do something. And I'm not sure, use the kids to do what? Because he can say to you, but I don't want my kids to grow up in a broken home. You're talking about the kids. That's exactly why I don't want to get a divorce. I came from a broken home. So no, my kids are not going to go through the same thing. So your plan kids in is not, I'm still not sure what you want. And that's the problem you guys fall into very quickly. Where are you going to in your mind? Because you don't understand the needs properly. Who's got the problem at this point?
Larry.
Okay, so what do you want him to do? What's your expectation of him actually?
My expectation of Larry is just to understand, and I'm not sure if he can, because maybe he's his lid is flipped because he so wants to be in the relationship. But to understand that the other party doesn't want to be in the relationship.
So why do you talk about the kids if that's actually the way that you must go? Why bring the kids in?
So was the
emotionally manipulating with the kids? And as I said, I still don't know what are you trying to do to get the kids involved?
Yeah, that is a few steps down the line.
Yeah, this
Yes,
where
yes.
we're at
Yeah,
is totally
yeah,
nonsensical to deal with. You just
yeah,
got it now. You said
yeah,
Larry must get to the point where he understands that she wants a divorce. Our biggest question
yeah.
now is, are you going to get a divorce or not? She wants one,
Mm,
he doesn't. So where
mm,
does it leave
mm.
the two parties? Okay, this is the
And
cut. So
yeah, and
either
that
she
should be on the agenda.
Yeah, so the first point
This,
on the
yeah.
agenda is to divorce or not
Mm,
to divorce. That's the
okay.
question we're
Yeah,
going to have to deal with today.
yeah,
Deal with,
yeah.
we can't deal with maintenance. We cannot deal with his fear to move out of the house at this point. We need to decide,
Mm,
are we going to go through with a divorce or not? Or are
mm,
you going to work, because what other option is there? If you're not
yeah,
going
yeah,
through with a divorce, there's a couple of
yeah.
options. What options do they have? So let's talk about options.
If they don't go through with a divorce,
Yeah, what options are there? Larry, what options would you like to put on the table? You ask him. Hello, sir.
okay,
You understand
okay,
that your
okay.
wife is grateful of you because
Mm,
ABC. What's your
mm,
solution? What do you want to
mm,
have happen, sir? Now, you,
okay.
Larry Nkosinati, tell me what you want.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, what I'll do, since yes, I understand last time I didn't attend the therapy sessions and all that, and my wife had really tried. So this time around, I'm willing to go down with her to this road. And if ever I had to pay the fees and everything, I'm willing to do that so that I can prove it to her that I really, really want her and I want to change.
Right. So if we talk of where we are in the process now, he has a
Yeah,
need, he identified his need. I want to work on my marriage, and he's actually got a PMS request on the table that sounds like this. So, Nkosinati, Larry, ask your wife, because this is where you get them to practice communication. So, Larry,
okay,
what
okay.
do you want of Delilah? And you get them to practice a PMS request that sounds like this. Ask because the mediator cannot fulfill your need. You need something from your wife. What do you ask of Delilah? Let me hear it.
Mm, mm.
Honey, can we really, one thing I desire from our relationship is to work it out. So can we kindly go again for our therapy session? I'll be the one in charge from now on. I'll pay the fees and everything. The only thing that I need from you is just to be available for these therapy sessions.
Okay. Let's quickly practice our PMS in the meantime. Is this just another pizza? Was this specific enough? Was it vague? Do you think this was a good enough request? Can you make it more specific?
Okay.
Honey?
Okay.
Go with honey again. I like honey.
All right. Honey, can we go again for a therapy session? Which I'll make appointments for that. I'll give you an exact date when I will attend it based on the availability of therapist. Can I be in charge? I'll take everything. I'll be accountable from now on. So I'll give you dates and everything and also time as well because I have to make arrangements.
Can Nani answer?
Okay,
He done that, got the t-shirt, and in any case, you will pay with my money. So, no.
So, but I'm trying as well. Understand, let's not focus on what happened in the past. Now, let's just resolve what we have at hand, this matter that is at hand now. So, I'm willing to go down to that road again. I'll be available. As I've said to you, I'll be in charge. I'll be accountable in terms of everything as well. So, let me just set an appointment. I'll give you an exact date and also time so that we attend. Because I believe that's the only thing we can do to save our marriage. As I've said to you, I love you so much and I don't see myself with anyone apart from being with you.
A little too late. A little too late. Been there, like I said, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. I'm tired. I just want out.
Okay.
But also on the side, I mean, I cannot allow you to divorce me as well. So, yes, I've made mistakes, as I've said. Can you kindly just forgive me? We try this therapy session again. Trust me, I'll be available. I'll organize everything as I've said to you.
Maybe you should forgive yourself over that. I'm done. Sorry. I don't. That's not why I came here. It's not to try and reconcile or save my marriage. I want a divorce. Read my lips.
Okay. So at this point, with the amount of training you had, Nado, I think you're a bit stuck because what do you do now? And I think this is situations that you're really going to come across. So
Yeah.
who do you think needs to change their position?
Larry.
Why, Larry?
The reason why I think Larry is
It's a simple reason because Delilah is
because
not going to. That's the simple reason.
yeah, she wants out. He wants to continue together, and she doesn't want to, she doesn't want to be there. So he has to change because he can't force her to continue together.
Yeah. So you need to figure out in mediation. Give both an opportunity. You see in your mind you would like them to go for therapy. That would have actually been the best option because maybe magic happens in that one session. Larry is, so by the way, not giving me a PMS request because a PMS request would sound like this. Delilah, would you go to one session to psychologist Melanie van Aswegen on a date that suits you because she works, you can't tell her you pick a date, Larry, so you didn't do a very good job there. If you want to coax her into getting into therapy, you should have asked her. But you like Dr. van Aswegen. She was brilliant with us the last time. We can do it on a date and a time that suits you, and I will make sure to pay for it. So can we please make just one session, just one appointment? It's all I ask of you, and if that doesn't work, then you can divorce me. Okay. So Larry also could have done better in his PMS request. So for you guys to communicate properly, get them how many sessions, what's it going to cost, with who is it? You gave very vague information, which made it easy for her to say no. Because it sounds like pie in the sky like all the other times. Okay, so if you were the mediator, I would have tried to facilitate one session. Lila, you don't want to do one session with Dr. van Aswegen. She's very good. You trusted her before. Maybe, don't you think it's worth one more shot? Okay, so it depends on what she then says. I'm going to go with that. So either she says yes or no. But she's ultimately the one that has the stubbornness at this point to say, no, nothing's going to work. It's never going to work. I'll go for one session, but I can tell you now it's only going to give him false hope. So depending on her position, you adapt accordingly. He is the one that's going to have to deal with her. So let's do theory at the moment. So let's talk about two things. The one is the divorce process. I'm going to do the whole divorce presentation about the process for you a bit later. But the one principle that you have to apply in this case is that we have a no-fault divorce system in South Africa. The only thing you have to prove to court is that one person thinks that the marriage has irretrievably broken down with no chance of restoration. That's the only onus of proof on the plaintiff. The plaintiff can only allege that the marriage has irretrievably broken down according to me, and it's no chance of restoration of a normal marital relationship. And irrespective of if it's someone's fault, nothing like that counts in South African law, then that applicant, plaintiff, will get the divorce. There's nothing the defendant can do about it in South Africa. It's the unfortunate fact of it. I was in Ferrarisdorp. I was just doing my articles, and this lady was crying in court. She says, "But I don't want a divorce. I love him." And it was the trial date. The guy was already in the witness box. He already did the oath. And she kept on shouting, "I have got a divorce." And she was making such a big ruckus. The magistrate warned her, says, "Please order in my court, no outbursts." She was flipping her lid big time because she had no place to go, her status, all of those things. And eventually the magistrate had her arrested. The court ordinance had to take her out with handcuffs. That's the reality of South African law. So you need to tell that to your clients. According to the law, and this is the conciliation to law part. In terms of the Divorce Act of South Africa, unfortunately, Larry, if Delilah wants a divorce, she's not willing to work at it, we're going to be in a position where she can proceed with the divorce and you can almost do nothing about it. What can Larry do? Larry can delay the process. So we'll deal with the divorce process in the theory, but you issue a summons, then he defends the matter, then his attorney starts playing games. They're asking for discovery of documents. So then they're going to subpoena all her bank statements. They're going to subpoena her phone records. Then her attorney is going to get more documents from him, offshore accounts, more subpoenas for more proof. And they're going to do a paper trail war, the two attorneys, for 2 years to 6 years, up to 10 years to fight. Attorneys don't like to settle, so they're going to do an opposed divorce. The more people fight, the more money attorneys make. Okay, so Larry can delay the process. So this has got something to do with the needs for Delilah. Does Delilah want a quickie divorce or doesn't she mind? She's going to say, well, if his tactic is to delay the divorce to get me to love him, that's not going to work. It's just going to prove to me that he's a worthless, nonsense asshole anyway. But that's all Larry can do. Larry's got two options. He's either going to agree to the divorce and it's going to be cheap and uncontested, or he's going to delay the divorce, which is then going to bugger up Delilah's need. So we're going to have to deal with the divorce process, explaining to Larry those are the options. And in that, you can say, the longer you guys fight, the more the children will not be benefited. The children will be exposed to this. So then you can throw in the children to guilt trip them into, is that what you want for your kids, Larry? A long, complicated divorce? No. Okay, but you still need to work on Larry's emotional needs. You haven't dealt with Larry's needs, apart from very lengthily telling him how sorry you feel for him. Okay. So I quickly want to go through you with a very handy presentation that I did after my breakup of my marriage with my first husband. So my husband told me 2 days before Christmas that he wants a divorce and said to me, I can stay on in the house, that was his house, and he's going to move out or I move out. Okay, so that was the options. So at that point in time, I had a decision to make. We were married out of community of property. So this is now the second step of things that you need to take into consideration is how were the people married? The marital regime. Because who moves out and who stays in, that's going to be determined by how they chose to get married. So I was married out of community of property. It was his house. It was in Benoni where I didn't want to stay. I wanted to move. I didn't want to move back. I didn't want to get a divorce. So I was crying, fighting, begging, pleading not to get a divorce, to go to counseling. And Charles just refused. Okay. So I had a choice 2 days before Christmas. Where do I go? So my house in Vanderbijl Park had tenants in. I just signed a new 2-year lease. So I couldn't move back into my own house. Apart from that, I gave up my practice, so I couldn't even afford my own house, even if I didn't have tenants in it. So at the age of 40, I moved back into my dad's house in the single bedroom where I was when I was a child, because I had no options. Well, I had options. I could have stayed in the house and then get Charles to move out. Could have been very difficult, made it difficult for him. But for 9 months, he didn't divorce me. So he theoretically kicked me out, but he didn't proceed with the divorce. So I would pray. I had prayer circles. I had intercessors praying for the marriage. I fasted. I tried to maintain a good relationship. Every weekend, I would still go back. We would actually spend weekends together still for 9 months. And he still didn't divorce me. And I didn't want to divorce him. And I was praying to God and I said, Lord, what do I do? Because this is the dilemma where most people actually do get stuck. It's easy if both of them fight and they know that a divorce is the right thing to do and then they both want it. But if one person wants to work at the marriage and the other one doesn't, you're stuck. And you'll find it more often than not, actually. Okay. So then one night the Lord showed me this presentation. So I'm going to share it to you. And this is applicable on all relationships between employees and employers, friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, and wives. This is a good thing that I actually also do with gender-based violence training. Okay. So the first question is, do you want to be in a relationship with this person? Yes, no, or maybe. Okay. So you move on. You are a product and the other person is a product. So what does it take for a relationship? For two people to engage in the transaction. If it's one person engaging in a transaction, it's going to be rape or abuse. Okay. So in a healthy relationship, you need two people to partake in a relationship and the decisions relating to it. So the first question that you really need to answer is that understanding of that you are a product and the other person is a product. There's a box with something on the inside. We now need to look at what's the box, because this box is in the shop for guys. The other one is in a shop for girls. Larry needs to decide if he will pick Delilah's box out of all the other women, because Lisa is also there in the box. Delilah is there on a box. There's other girls in boxes in the store. Delilah needs to decide if she wants to pick Larry's box out of all the stores. She's not even in the store at this point. She's probably so hurtful, she's not even in the store looking for a guy. But that's the reality of it. You're a product, the other person is a product. They're standing in front of each other, and they need to decide if they are going to buy the box. This means we need to look at the content of the box. What's on the inside? We can't just look at a nice little box. It's like buying a lucky packet. It looks nice on the outside, but what's on the inside? Same with a cupcake or a beefcake. You only see the muscles and the boobs, but you don't know what's going on the inside. Is this guy a narcissist? Is she a bimbo? You look at the outside of the product, and that is how most of our clients buy each other. They don't do the full investigation to see what is really going on the inside of that box. It's like buying a cell phone just based on a box. You must decide, you want a Samsung or an iPhone, because they're vastly different. What's the specs? What type of iPhone do you want? A 13 or a 14 or whatever? Galaxy or a A1? What series are you going to pick? You need to do your homework and your research. Because the question is, what can you offer? What's really in that box? Or what's the promises on the outside of the box? Because sometimes there's a difference between reality and potential. Our clients all had the potential for happy marriages because that's why they fell in love in the first place. That's why they got married. There was enough nice things to get them to marry. Or was there a gun to your head when you married Delilah? Was there a gun to your head when you married Larry? There might have been a gun to my head because we were pregnant at the time. We were 18 years old. So the pregnancy added pressure to get married. But what is the question? What's inside the box? Reality and potential are sometimes two different things. You need to get your clients to understand there's a difference. Abusive relationships, this is very pertinent. But I love him. He's such a good guy if he's sober. It's only when he drinks. Okay. How big a part does that time play? When is he drinking? When is he not drinking? Is it 10 minutes out of the month? Is it 3 days out of the month? What happens in that 10 minutes? Every time he abuses you to the point where you think you're going to die. But it's not so bad. Okay? Reality and potential. So now I ask my clients, do you know who you are? Do you know who you are, Delilah? Delilah's just a career girl. She doesn't have anything else at this point except she's burnt out and heartful. She doesn't even know what she likes to do anymore. Larry, do you know who you are? Are you a world famous artist? Are you a bum? Who are you really? Will the real Larry please stand up? To know who we are, we need to do a lot of those personality assessments. I gave you the list of the Enneagram. I'm not sure if you guys actually did it. Your Enneagram test, your Briggs-Myers tests, your VIA Strength Finder, your spiritual gift questionnaire, your love languages, all of those questions are important for you to figure out who you are. From there, we need to do the SWOT analysis. What's my strengths, my weaknesses, my opportunities, and my threats? So you need to know who you are. And that's where we change the responsibility from Delilah telling us what a big loser Larry is, back to Delilah. And Larry to look at Larry. So we're holding the mirror up again. Larry, we need to figure out who you are. Delilah, we need to figure out who you are. Because the two of you need to make a decision if you want to buy each other. Something else we need to look at is the package deal. You know these Verimark ads. If you phone now, you also get the pot and the cleaning material and 2 lids. And if you phone now, we'll even throw in a broom. Now, there's a package deal relating to every single person. When I married my ex-husband, I married someone with kids. I got stepkids. I married someone with depression. He has a form of depression called dysthymia. He's always on this level. He's never very happy. He's never very sad. He doesn't experience any emotions. He's flatlining like this. What did Charles get? He got a difficult attorney with a very strong opinion, whose mother passed away from bipolar depression, who had fear of depression. So Melanie got triggered every time Charles looked like he was eating a dip. He wasn't even eating a dip. He was just functioning there. But it triggered fears in me because of my mom's bipolar. Okay? Melanie doesn't have kids. Melanie is 40 years old. We married at the age of 40. She never had her kids. So what's the relationship with the kids going to be like? There's a package deal. You buy a narcissist. He didn't just happen to be a narcissist when he turned 32. He had the traits already when you dated. Her mother has always been a part of her life and she's always been bossy. That's part of the package. So people need to ask the questions, what's going on in this package? What am I buying if I'm dating this guy? If I want to marry this guy? His friends, her bitchy girlfriends, her career, his talents, his love of dacha. What are we buying? Brings us to the next slide of false advertising. We all think we're going to buy that Big Mac. But what do we get? A junior burger. Now we need to decide, am I going to invest time like Larry now wants to do therapy, wants to go buy cheese and tomatoes and put it on top of a burger, but it's still a junior patty. It will never be a Big Mac because the patty is small. So how are we going to deal with this false advertising situation? Will Larry ever turn into a Big Mac? Ever? Will he? Does he have the capacity to be a Big Mac? He's got the attitude he wants to be a Big Mac. Larry wants to be a Big Mac. Will he ever be one? I don't know. This is what we need to figure out in the case of Larry and Delilah. Will therapy ever change? Okay. So we need to ask ourselves the question, are you going to give your money back and rather wait for a Big Mac to come along? Are you going to more live with the junior burger because it's all you know? Some clients live like this because they don't want to take the inconvenient road of driving back to McDonald's saying, I want my money back. Some people can't live without a hamburger. They can't be alone. So they'll rather have a junior burger than no burger. This thing is very important. It's called the cost-benefit ratio. There's a price that you're going to pay if you divorce. There's a price that you're going to pay if you stay. What are the cost and the benefits relating to both scenarios? It's your balance sheet, your pluses and your minuses. So, Delilah, if you divorce, You're going to have freedom. He's not going to be in your house. You don't have to cope with him. You're going to have the kids for yourself. You will not have Larry on call anymore to help you with A, B, and C quickly. I don't care. I will rather pay a nanny because the nanny is going to be more responsible than Larry. So I will pay that nuisance cost as long as I get my freedom back. Okay? For Larry, what's the cost and the benefit? If he gets a divorce, what's the benefit? He has less benefits because he needs to move out of the house by the sounds of things. He's going to miss his wife. He still loves her. There's no benefits really for Larry to get a divorce. The benefits of staying in the house with the kids outweighs the inconvenience that he's going to have to encounter. So for each person, there's different costs and benefits that we need to look at. And then we need to look at the short, medium, and long-term consequences. So decisions might sound like this for Larry and Delilah. Okay, Delilah, would you like to do a trial separation and see if Larry changes? No, I don't care. No separation is going to work. Is there going to be an immediate divorce? Yes, I want to get the divorce over, done with. Okay, so short, medium, long term. What's the long term effects on the kids going to be of this? I'll rather send them to therapy, but I can't be a good mom if I'm still in this relationship. I'm a very aggressive person. I'd rather be a better mom as a divorced mom. Okay, so short, medium, long term, we need to look at the options with our clients and explore that. Okay, this one was specifically on me, rent versus buy. For example, I always said Charles wanted to buy me. No, he didn't want to buy me. He wanted to rent me for weekends at Blockbuster. Now, I'm like Forrest Gump. I'm one of those DVDs that you have to buy. I'm not in the market for rental. You can't rent me and put me back on a shelf. You either have me in the fullest of me or you put me back and you never rent me. But I am not in Blockbuster. I am in game. Charles currently, and I love him, we're still on very good friends, but he's currently dating a woman they've been dating now for 6 years. They'll never marry, but they're very happy. She doesn't want to get married. He doesn't want to get married. They see each other over weekends and sometimes in the middle of the week, and they love it. Charles has rental needs. Melanie has buying needs. Melanie wants to be purchased. Peter, my husband, he wants someone in his house all the time. He also likes to be purchased. We're very intense. We love doing things together. We are not in the rental category. Peter and I were in game. We liked each other. We bought each other. Charles and his girlfriend, they're in the rental category. They're in the right store. It worked well. They're happy. I'm happy. But together, rental and purchase didn't go together. So that's why I'm saying, are you in the right store? That M for mutually agree. Can you mutually agree? And if you're in the wrong store, you're going to be either or both of you very unhappy. Okay, so if there's a contract, and this is the law of contract, there can only be a legal contract between two people if there's consensus about the product. Yes, I want to buy Melanie. Yes, I want to buy Peter. I know exactly who Melanie is. Peter knows exactly who I am. I know exactly who he is. What's the price we're going to pay? For us, Peter is never going to have a dull moment. He's got a very expressive person, tough cookie sometimes, but I'm very loyal. I'm fun to be with. He knows where he stands. He is happy with the price he's going to pay. The terms for us was till death do us part, forever and ever. And the terms are, you take me as I am, we work our stuff through, we go through courses, we're going to develop, we're going to grow. We want a living, growing relationship. We are in 100% agreement about the price, the product, the terms, and the duration of our marriage. Okay, and this is sort of your check. This is your section 7 for children. This is your check for adults to check if there's a healthy relationship. Number 1. No threatening behavior or non-threatening behavior. If you threaten anything or anyone in your marriage, it's a red light. If you look at that girl again, I'm going to leave you. If you drink again, I'm going to leave you. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to take the children and leave. Second thing is there respect? Do we treat each other with respect? Do we talk with respect? Is it a shouting and a F you and a F you? How do we treat each other? Do I trust you? I don't trust my husband. He cheats all the time. I'm never cheating him. That's why you can't go out alone. Is there support between the two of you? Is there honest communication? Can we responsibly parent? Joint parenting, section 18. Is there shared responsibility? Oh, I only clean the house and you come home drunk. Place is a pigsty. I'm the only one that cleans. I'm the only one that takes care of the children. And then economic partnership. We work together for a future. We both contribute. Or I fell for this one too. I pay the electricity and the food, and my ex-boyfriend bought all the furniture. So when we broke up, he had a house full of furniture and I had nothing. But I contributed more than he did. So there wasn't an economic partnership, and it was definitely not fair. So if all of these things are in place already, then you have a healthy relationship. Then you can work on basically anything. But if those things are not there, you have no agreement, and you have to stop and move over to divorce. Okay. Does this presentation make sense? Okay, let's discuss it. What did you learn, Nada?
Well, I learned to start with the right question, and which is are we going to divorce? Are we going to stay married? And then this presentation is extraordinarily helpful to help navigate that question on the table. Is this something that you kind of, through the mediation or questioning, and there's a teaching that you kind of do?
If they get stuck at this point in time, and I see, well, Larry is definitely not on the divorce page, she's on the divorce, they're not on the same page, I need to do wheel alignment. I need to get their wheels aligned. Then I use that conversation. I bring it in at this point and I'll say, okay, let's talk about it, guys. Delilah, or that relationship wheel, do you think that's got all the elements in Larry? Do you think Larry and you will ever get all of those things in place? Delilah will say, no, probably. Said, Larry, do you see there's so many things there that's not working? Do you know who you are? Do you think you'll ever live up to her expectations? Because you guys are so far apart. Larry, do you want to be with someone that doesn't want to be with you? Don't you think you deserve a relationship? And I heard you talk about Lisa. She listens to you. She supports you. It sounds like she's actually your friend. I hear, Larry, that you actually have needs to be listened to be taken care of. I'm not sure if that's ever going to be Delilah. What do you think, Larry? Because you've been so stuck in this marriage for so long, but have you ever considered what you need? Larry, so let's focus on you, Larry. What do you need to be a happy man? Will Delilah ever be able to provide you with those things? Do you think Delilah's going to turn into a fun-loving 18-year-old again? She's very serious. She's career-driven. A lot of things have happened. Do you really think the two of you are compatible? How much do we have to invest to get the two of you on the Big Mac page? Is it fair on both of you? So ask the questions, because Larry needs to get to the perception or the answer. Not Delilah. She's there already. It's incompatible. But I have to work on Larry to change his position. So I'm going to ask Larry a lot of questions to reflect on that. And then I'm going to tell Delilah, if we don't get Larry on the same page, where he also has peace with the divorce process. And remember, there's stages of grief. So Larry has to make peace with the fact that his family is falling apart. You are way ahead of him in terms of the emotional road of cutting yourself off. Larry's still attached. So then I'll tell them about the grief process. So Larry is going to be angry first. He's going to be in denial. There's going to be a lot of stages. But what is important is that I get both of you through a divorce process, because divorce is traumatic. Divorce is traumatic for the adults. It's even worse so for the children. And then I'll bring the children in order. But get both of them. So Delilah needs to understand that Larry's going to need emotional support or another process to get through the divorce, or to get to the divorce page. And Larry needs to get to the point where he agrees that, well, I know I can't force her to love me. I can't force another person to stay in a marriage with me.
Mm.
But it's sad for me. My heart is broken. So what are we going to do now for you, Larry? How can we make it easy for you? Because I want both of their needs met. She needs a divorce, so we're working on that. We want him. What is his needs? He actually said his needs. He needed someone
He
to
wants
live
a house. Yeah,
with. He
and
needs a
listen to him.
house. So
Yeah.
now we're going to move, if we get that done, and Larry might go to a therapist for 2 hours. So Larry, can we make appointments with you for a therapist just to deal with the divorce and the effect of that? Then we reschedule the next session for 2 weeks. Can that work for both of you? Then you do that. Because the root of the problem currently is Larry needs to get onto Delilah's page. Larry needs to go through a process. You cannot force him. You need to give him a safe space to have his needs met. In the meantime, things are going to happen because where is he going to stay in the meantime? They're still going to stay in the same house, or is he going to move out? Or is Delilah, is she going to tolerate him for 2 weeks? Because we're now going to be very specific. We're going to give Larry 2 weeks to see a therapist. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to come back and then we're going to have to divorce. We have to talk about the practicalities of the divorce. Can you guys live with 2 weeks? Yes. If they can't, you need to make a plan. So great. Who's going to move out? Larry doesn't have a place to go. So Delilah, she's going to go for a holiday with the kids to her sister. It is school holiday. Or she can't, but she's just going to sleep in another room. Whatever the solution, you guys need to negotiate it. Okay, and this is why there's a little picture I just want to draw so that you get this. Okay, so it looks like this. Law and psychology. This is where the people are at. So sometimes the law plays a part, sometimes the emotional psychology plays a part. So what happens normally, they oscillate between one and the other. The one has an impact on the other, and the other one has an impact on the other. Because now we're telling Larry, legally she can get a divorce without your consent. That process, unfortunately, sir, is going to happen. He's going to have an emotional reaction. His lid's going to flip. We need to work with that emotion so that we can get him calm enough to partake in the legal process where we can mediate a parenting plan and a settlement. And something's going to happen. They're going to oscillate up and down constantly between law and psychology, law and emotion. And that is what you as a mediator have to manage. Now, as a social worker, you're just there. You hardly ever understand this part. Because now let's move to the next question. Okay, 2 weeks later, Larry comes back. Let's take a break and then we're going to get Daisy an opportunity to mediate further. And then I'll take you to the next theoretical model. But does this make sense? You need to know when to bring in, because you were trying to bring the children under the law part in now, Nada, but he was still there.
Yeah.
So don't
And
be,
I also brought in the wrong law.
yeah. But that's why this training is so important, that you look,
Yes.
when you look at a family holistically, you'll see where they are at. Within 2 minutes of listening to these people, you're going to know, okay, this is a maintenance issue. This is a children's issue. This is an emotional issue. This is a trust issue. This is a cheat issue. By listening, and now after 5 days of training, you'll be able to know where to plot your agenda. Theoretically, you can't even have a game plan at this point. And I think you guys saw it from the mediation question line.
Yeah.
You went nowhere very slowly.
Yeah.
And Larry will definitely be upset because you're trying to get my kids in this, and I'm not sure you say you hear me and you understand me, but you're not hearing me. I don't want to get a divorce. And Delilah's also going to get frustrated at a point, because how long are you going to allow him to be a big child? She was already at that point where he's acting like a big child.
A big child, yeah.
So she's also, you're going to have 2 very unhappy people if you continued the way you were going. No one would have their needs met, and you wouldn't get a referral. Okay, Daisy, what did you learn from your co-mediator or from the scenario? What was your lesson learned?
Well, what I learned is that it's nada, ne? As
Yeah.
a mediator.
Yes.
Okay, she understands what she was supposed to do, but the problem is that she couldn't get the clear agenda that she needs to address with both Ariel and Nkosinati. So that was the problem. But
She had her own agenda. She had an
yes,
agenda and she wanted to get them to the children because now she knows the
yes.
Children's Act. So she
Actually, she wanted
yeah. So
actually she wanted to run away from the needs of both of them. She wanted to bring the agenda of children. And what I realized that if she were able to address both of them first before she can talk about children,
yeah.
that is where at least the husband will be able to understand the reason why today they are at the office doing the mediation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think both of them, they were getting somehow not understanding why she is not talking about their needs.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we all fall into that trap in the beginning because we don't listen.
Yes.
We think that Larry is a relationship with Candace, or because we listen wrongly. We don't listen properly. We don't clarify. We don't ask enough questions to understand what's going on. So it's important for you to ask questions to understand first things first. You cannot do children if you don't know what they want, if they're on the same divorce page. You can only talk about children if both of them now consent. We are going to separate. We're going to do a parenting plan. We need to talk about primary residency and maintenance and all of those things. So first things first, always. Okay. What did you learn, Kosanati, Larry? Thanks, Daisy, for sharing.
Okay, what I've learned here, it's actually the issue that you have addressed. What do you want, right? For which is, I believe that Nada, he tried to actually get the perspective from both clients, what they want, but the problem started when she brought the issue of children into place. So at the end of the day, both the issue that I wanted, it was not addressed. And at some point, I felt like maybe she's trying to avoid how I feel about the divorce. So yes. So that's the thing that I've learned, that, okay, as a mediator, try to understand the perspective of both clients and how they feel about the problem. Then you try to address the roots of the problem, then you break it down just like that. Yes.
You need to have a game plan in your mind. Where are you trying to go? You need to have a clear outcome in mind. You need to know, we need to get Larry to move to a divorce. We tried to get Nada to move to counseling. That was a dead brick wall. So if that doesn't work, you need to move to the other parent. So it's constantly doing this. Who do I work on? The one with the problem, the one with the reaction, the one with who's going to move, who's not going to move. Because if no one moves, they're going to end up in litigation. So as long as there's a chance that he might move, we need to get him to move. Because if he's not moving, she's not moving, she's going to go to an attorney, she's going to issue the summons for the divorce. He's going to either oppose it or he's going to be so slapgat. What's the word for slapgat in English? Weak, that he doesn't even go to attorney. So if Larry doesn't even go to an attorney to oppose it because he's high as a kite, she's going to get an unopposed divorce against him. So Larry's conduct's also going to determine what's going to happen. But we clarify the positions for them so that they make informed decisions, because it's their life and it's their process. You guide and facilitate them, but they need to make the decisions. Larry, if you don't want to go through with therapy, you don't want to deal with the fact that she's going to divorce you, you're in for a very rough ride, my man. Because legally, according to South African law, she's going to divorce you if you want to or not. So I would really implore you to take care of yourself and go for therapy. And if not, then at least make sure that you both have proper legal representation and make sure that we appoint someone for the children, because it's going to be chaos if the attorneys start having a field day. So you guide them with information and questioning. Great. What did you learn, Arnel? Delilah? Oei.
No, I learned it's very, very difficult. It's very difficult. And there's so many things to take into consideration. Yeah, and I admire your experience. It's like when you said it's so logical, that's the next step. And like my husband always says, professionalism is when something makes something that's really hard to do look very easy. So, yeah, so I'm aware of that. And then, Melanie, if I can ask you, I think my triggers is always, and Daisy, that is where one of the reasons I'm very glad I'm not in the police anymore. My triggers is always if you are in such a situation with a policeman or any police member, and I don't want to generalize, but often their go-to is, oh, then I'm going to kill myself or going to kill the family or whatever. If that was, and remember they all have guns, if that was in the, and this is not in this scenario, but if that was on the table, okay, and that was the emotional reaction, what would your legal obligation be in terms of, like I said, I've seen this so many times.
Do you suspect harm?
That triggers me.
Do you have reasonable grounds to suspect harm?
Yes.
Then you have to report it. But what do we need to understand? This person suffering from PTSD, they don't have a coping mechanism. They are so exposed to this abnormal levels of living under constant trauma that they are thinly spread. We need to build resilience for them. So I would say I'm concerned about the well-being of the children in light of the fact that your wife also wants to leave. We need to work on your coping skills so that you can be a better father. Because if you want to kill your kids, they're going to lose out on a dad. You're either going to succeed and kill them, or you're just going to kill the mom, or you're going to kill, and the whole family loses and the devil wins. So my job is to make sure that you're okay. Can we please get you into therapy? We need to get you to cope. I want you to be a good father for you. Do you love your children? I'll get a photo. I'll say, how important are these kids to you? What's going to happen to them if you end up in prison for shooting their mom? Do you think they're going to be happy in an orphanage? Or they're going to go to her mother-in-law? You hate her. So now that's where they're going to grow up. Is that what you want for your kids? I want him to take responsibility for his conduct and tell him and normalize it. Tell there's nothing wrong with you, but your work isn't normal. This is a high-stress environment. We need to get you to cope better. We need to build your resilience. We need to get you into activities where you're in nature more often. All of this aggression, we need to enroll you in a gym where you can flip and go gym. I was so upset with my mother-in-law on Saturday, and I could feel I was going into attorney mode. I was going to go for her throat because of the nonsense that she spoke. I wanted to go for that killer pit bull. I said to my husband, please excuse me, but I'm going to go for a walk. And I power walked that old age home until I could feel my adrenaline levels calming down. I could feel the cortisol flushing through my system. I could probably throw a car at that point. That's how angry I was. And I walked it out. It wasn't because I calmed down emotionally, because I was getting more upset. Because I can make a very good argument in my head. It blows up and it gets bigger. But I had to walk out the adrenaline from my body. Those guys need to have literally physical exercises to get rid of the stuff. They need to go box or kickbox or what's that fighting stuff? Gaan bliksem iemand. But healthy in a boxing arena. Because that is part of what's going on in their bodies. We need to take care of people holistically, body, soul, and spirit. So I would deal with him in the mediation session and said, I think you're a wonderful dad. If I listen to your wife, she says you're a good dad. But you get frustrated and you get angry. How can we help you? What things can we get into place so that you cope better? What's going to make you a better dad?
I realize, when we do this, and that is why that first session was so important in terms of, because you are actually your best or your worst. You're a wonderful asset or your best tool or your worst enemy if things triggers you. Because my immediate response was, okay, say for example, if there was a threat, I would immediately stop everything and say, listen, I'm gonna have to report this, and just go into that survival mode of, okay, tick all the boxes, keep everybody safe, da 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 da. And that is things that I think everybody comes into this work with a lot of things, and that's the reality. Maybe you come out of your own broken home or whatever. So I think that was, for me, was the realization. That's where my mind went, because that was what I used to work with. And so the scenarios. But I learned a lot, and you giving the examples. And obviously, you've got so much experience. You must have had policemen in your office.
Yeah.
Many, I suppose.
We have to, and I mean, the way I mediate now and the way I mediated 5 years, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago differ. It varies because you have more tools. It's really like Inside Out when you have that upgraded console. The more tools you have, the more training you go through, the more spiritual courses or church courses, the more emotional, psychological things, the more I listen about Bessel van der Kolk and Gabor Maté about trauma, and I listen to I listen to trauma counselors. The more I listen to the parents, the more I have to do with different varieties of clients, the more my skill set expand. So I understand the real root a lot better. It's like an internist. I'm not a GP anymore. 10 years ago, I was a GP. Now I'm an internist. Wat se woord? Internist is a specialist. I know that there's certain things that may look like this, but it's actually hormonal. It's not psychological. It might be estrogen levels. So you because you've learned, the biggest case that brought this thing to home for me was that chemical engineer that's highly intelligent but very bad functioning. The one that got the Nigerians to threaten his wife when I'm not sure if I told you the case. Okay, so the couple came to me for a divorce. The court sent them to me for a divorce because she actually had an interdict, a protection order against him. So what happened was, so she's this beautiful blonde lady. She's a estate agent. He's a chemical engineer, very rich. They look like two models. It's the most beautiful couple, blonde goddess type of look models. But he was very controlling, very insecure personality, actually, but he looked like just a narcissist, very controlling. She couldn't live with it anymore, so she moved out. He got the child for the first weekend because he was a good dad. And his mom, luckily, felt something was wrong. So she went to his house, his flat where he lived, and she caught him busy taking Ratex and making it fine, well, his plan was to poison himself and the 3-year-old girl, the baby, because he couldn't live without his wife, the way that Larry possibly can react or not react. So he got into a psychiatric hospital in Potchefstroom. He was not diagnosed properly at that stage. So when they got to me, this is where I got them. So the mom wanted no contact at all. The dad must see the child, not even under supervision. So I understood that if this guy doesn't see his child, he's going to be more frantic and a bigger risk. Because if I can't have her, no one can. That was already his thinking. So just to stop the contact completely would not serve the child or him. It would make things worse. But also I had to protect him. I had to protect the mom and protect the child. So I worked really hard to get his psychologist involved so that we could get him reassessed with a proper psychiatrist to properly know what is going on with this guy. To find out there were so many multiple things going on with him, from obsessive compulsive disorder. The list is really long that's going on with this guy. So we had the assessment done, and he was in therapy, and with a lot of difficulty, but at least with the help of the psychiatrist and psychologist, he was stable enough. We got a parenting plan. We built in contact through phases in line with his therapy process. So everything went relatively well. The divorce, the contact structure, there were still hiccups and a bit of controlling issues, but they got the divorce. Everything was as stable as it could be until she started dating. The minute she started dating, he found out about this new guy. He got Nigerians to threaten her. He thought that if he threatened her, that she would give the child to him and leave the other guy. Like, how does that make sense to a clever chemical engineer? How? So what happened was he stopped his medication halfway through. When things started going better, he stopped the medication. And that's what a lot of people do. They stop taking the medication. Then the psychosis starts from the beginning, and it's a slow, painful downward spiral. So then she got a warrant of arrest against him for afpersing. For what's the word in English? Yeah, my brain is Afrikaans today. He was trying to extort money from her, so she got him arrested.
Blackmail.
Charges for extortion. And he then, instead of handing himself over, because I negotiated with the attorneys, his attorney and her attorney, not to have him arrested, but to have him admitted again. Because obviously he wasn't taking the medication, he wasn't stable. So let's get him admitted for 2-3 weeks, get his medication sorted out. And everyone was happy to do it. Everyone was happy to take care of him. Although he's a shitty dad at this point, although he's not functioning well, everyone was on the same page, except him. He refused to go. What did he do? He fled the country. He first went to Namibia to visit his mom, and from there he went to the Netherlands. He got a job in the Netherlands. He disappeared for 9 months. Last week I got an email, can you help me with a parenting plan? Now he absconded. There's still a warrant against him. He's 9 months arrears with maintenance. No one trusts him anymore. So, and that's the problem we're sitting. If you give the options to people, the holistic solution is go to therapy, because that is really the root of the problem, and the clients don't want to cooperate. Then you are stuck. But it would have been no use for me to block the contact a year ago and to just get him out of the picture, because he would have probably killed them all. Now we have to protect them, because he's escalated and escalated to a point where now we need to protect him. We cannot allow him close. We can't. So he's now forced to go for therapy and things in the Netherlands, because he can't get into the country. If he sets his foot here, he's going to be arrested. So he now has a choice if he's going to go for healing while he's there or not. But if he sets his foot back in here without proving that he is stable and normal, he can't even get back into South Africa at this point.
Sure.
So that's boundaries, because he chose this path, not me.
Yeah. And everybody had his best interest at heart.
Yeah. But he doesn't have the capacity, because of the pathology, to do the right thing. Now, if that's the case, at some point, you need to do everything to protect. Then I cannot help you anymore. Then my focus changes to protecting the child. Secondly, to protect the mom. Thirdly, to protect you against yourself.
Melanie, on that note, it's not relevant to this situation specifically, but being in international law, what happens? You said our South African law in regards to divorce is one party. Say, for example, people were married in South Africa under this law, and now they immigrate. When they get divorced, is it under that new country's law, or still under this country's law where they got married?
It's difficult, and I'm not the specialist on international law. It will depend where they are in their either immigration process or their residency permits, etc. But theoretically, if you're not a citizen of a country, they don't have jurisdiction over your marriage. So theoretically, you'll have to get a divorce done in South Africa.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so, but some countries have exceptions to that. You can get a divorce there if you've been staying there for X amount of years. So it varies from country to country. You have to consult with someone there.
Yeah, that's that because there's so many people. Because my own two children, they live overseas.
Yeah,
So I'm just thinking,
yeah.
I think it's a very relevant thing with South Africans.
Yeah.
Many
It's
people, yeah.
worldwide actually. So as I must actually make a point to find out how it works. But theoretically,
I
if you're
would
not a
be
citizen,
intrigued.
it's all about legal rights. Does a
Yeah,
country have legal
that's
rights over you as a citizen or not?
yeah. I'm thinking about that case of the doctor and his family, the two doctors, and the New
Yeah.
Zealand where she shot the
Kill the kids.
children. She
Mm.
suffocated the children.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
criminal law obviously applies. If you're in that country, they've got jurisdiction over you in terms
Yes.
of criminal acts. But in terms of changing your status from divorced to married, that's a bit of a, I don't know. I'll actually phone a friend of mine to find out. Maybe I can give you an answer, if not today, at some point.
I'll be very intrigued because I'm thinking, what if the dad now wants to divorce the wife who's now in prison? Just
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
scenario that pops up in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that was just a
A
side
side
note.
note. But it's relevant. These things are relevant. I've had cases where Ursula Carsten, she was a clinical psychologist. She immigrated to New Zealand. So I told Nkosinati about her. She said two things. The first one is we work on holy ground with our clients, so we need to tread carefully. But now in New Zealand, she's only got a caseload of 13. She can only work with 13 cases per month legally. So she has a blast over there. But just before she went, she worked with a mother who killed her lover, um, lesbian lover. And the father didn't have any contact with the child, the grandparents, and there was this whole litigation issue about who the kids should stay with. So these things get complicated, and it's reality.
It is. It is. My kids also are in New Zealand, and my son's wife. There was actually everything was in the papers. How she had to go to the what's Hooggerechtshof,
Yeah, High Court.
yeah, to get a daughter out of the country. It was like big fights.
Yeah, yeah, you can't leave.
Yeah,
It's guardianship, ne? Consent to the passport, consent to, there's legal rules about it. I'm
yeah,
not sure if I told you I had a client probably 6 years ago. He came to me for the first time. The ex-wife was quite bipolar and very unstable. The kid was at that stage, I think 8 years old. And he wanted the kid to come live with him, but he was working in Germany or stationed in Germany, but he worked in Ghana 3 out of the 4 weeks. So the kid couldn't come. He didn't have a place to stay for him. He couldn't, and the mom wasn't proven unstable. It was, where every wife is bipolar and every husband is narcissistic. So he couldn't really prove it, and his work environment made it very difficult. So he contacted me in the beginning of June and he said the kid wants to come to him. He's now 15 years old. And the mom actually set herself alight in her current husband's car. So she set the car and herself alight. And now the kid wants to come. And we did, it was easy. We could do a parental plan where primary residency was changed to the dad. But then I had to figure out how to do an apostille in German, which has to go to our courts here, which translates the parenting plan. To get a parenting plan translated, 32-page parenting plan translated into German, the quote was 42,000 Rand. They charged, yeah, 1,500 Rand per page to translate something into German. So we had to figure out how to do apostille. And so that was a learning curve for me as well, because I'm not really, I do a lot of overseas parenting plans, but they get a divorce here and then they give consent for the child to go. And then there's a proper parenting plan with flights in and out and everything set out properly. But I've never litigated while they overseas.
very interesting. Yeah,
Mm.
thank you.
So guys, in a nutshell, we wanted to do maintenance today. So sometimes Delilah would come to you and say, I want to do maintenance because I'm full of paying for everything myself. Because some of you actually picked up the money when we listened to it the first time. So they come to you and you think you have to do maintenance. But you can't do maintenance if the first thing first hasn't been dealt with yet. Okay. So we're going to continue with Daisy being the mediator after the break. So let's be back at 10 to 11 for another role play and more theory then. Okay, Daisy can
Melanie,
get lekker. So drink strong coffee, Daisy.
Melanie, I'm making you host again if you maybe just want to pause the
Pause.
recording for now.
Thank you very much. Remind me that I start the recording again.
Okay, we'll
All right, see you back in, let's do 15 minutes. Okay, dokes, people. Are you back? Lekker. Ek hoop jy eet 'n koekie. Arnel, ietsie lekkers.
Ek het 'n beskuitjie geneem.
Oeh, lekker.
Ek is enetjie wat altyd my gewig moet ophou.
Ah,
Dit
ek is
lyk
cool.
nie of dit enigstens help nie.
Ek is 1.57 meter lank, so daar is nie veel plek vir my nie, maar dit stop my nie. Ek glo ek's luscious en ek's eerder gesond as wat ek brandmaar is en ek geniet net mooi niks nie. En op die ouderdom, maar ja, mens kan definitief gesonder wees. Dis my motto. Ek wil 'n bietjie werk daaraan.
Ek weet ons rekord nou, so hoop ek weet nou nie, dis mos maar net
Right, so we are now going to continue with poor Larry and Delilah, and we're just going to give Daisy a minute or so that she can mediate further. I want you guys to stay in character, please, Arnel and Nkosinati. So let's see what Daisy does with you in the next session, because now Nada has successfully mediated the emotional challenges of Nkosinati. She made sure he got a therapist and guided him through to the process where he's now at peace with the divorce. He's sort of now on the page where he understands that the marriage isn't going anywhere. He doesn't really want to fight because he's not a fighter. He's probably going to move in with Lisa. Possibly, not definitely. We need to explore what's going on. How are we going to deal with what's going to happen next? So, Daisy, these are your babies now. Take care of them properly. Okay, so Daisy, you just need to unmute yourself. Arnel, you need to be unmuted so that you guys can mediate. So really think of yourself as Larry Nkosinati. Think yourself into his shoes. And same for you, Delilah. The frustrations are still there, the worries, everything is still there from the role plays. You're just now happy to divorce. It's the only thing that changed. You're not happy, but you're okay to move on. But you're still unsure in Nkosinati about what it means. Okay, Daisy, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to welcome you, Delilah and Larry, for our session. So since last week, we managed to come to an agreement whereby we can now move forward, unlike being stuck with one thing. So now I wanted us to focus on what needs to be done, since while we, both of us, or all of us, we do understand the importance of the need of Delilah, right? So Larry, before I can move further, I just wanted to get a clarification or just a confirmation with you, if ever you do understand what the needs of Delilah is.
Yes, I understand. She does want to divorce me, so I'm not happy with that, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And then, Delilah, are you happy with how Larry understand your needs?
As long as he realized that I want a divorce, then I'm not happy about it, about the whole situation. But I'm glad that he realizes this is what it's come to, and this is the reality for now.
Okay. All right. Then from now on, because now it seems we are facing a way forward of what needs to be done. I wanted us to now have an agenda on what is it that we need to do from now on. Remember, you both are going through soon going to go through the divorce process, right? So,
Yes.
but what we need to think of is that what will happen about the children as will be both of you will be divorcing. So I want to bring this issue of what will happen to the children. So do you have anything in mind that both of you or each one of you wants to say concerning the children? What will happen to the children before I can give my point of view on this one? Anyone?
Yes, yes. I need to understand something first. Who will stay with the children, and how are we going to arrange that? Since my wife, she expects me to be out of the house, and yeah, these are the issues that we need to discuss as well, and also for what divorce settlement as well.
Okay. And then Delilah, you wanted to say something? Sorry about that.
You okay,
Let
Daisy?
me. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
So as I said previously, in any way I'm taking care of the kids, and I'm willing to take care of the kids because you are not responsible. You can't take care of kids. You've shown that to me. You don't know what they need. You are just another child, as I said. So I will take care of the kids in any way. Financially, I look after everybody. I will get somebody if I'm not home to take care of them, to supervise them, to be there for them. So because I have to work to keep this family afloat. So now it's just that I don't have to deal with another child, so that I don't have 4 children that I have to take care of. But I'll take care of the kids as I have always done.
Okay. Remember that both of you are going to get into a co-parenting. Since you are going through divorce, you have to go through co-parenting, meaning both of you must get into an agreement when you have to do anything that it has to do with the child or children. So you must co-parent. There is no way that one can say, I will take children, I will take care of children. Both of you have the responsibility and the rights to take care of the children. Remember, when we talk about children, we also think about the Children's Act, where it says both parents, they do have rights and responsibility. Remember, your rights is for guardianship, the rights for contact, the rights for maintenance, and the rights for care. So if all of you can co-parent, can work together to meet or to work on these 4 rights and their responsibilities, that is where we will get into an agreement of how to deal with children as you will be divorcing. And even after divorce, it will work for you. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
But still, as you said, with rights and responsibilities, you need to be responsible. He hasn't shown responsibility. So if you're not responsible, then you don't have any rights. So certain things, yes, I can see that. But not all of those. So it's going to be a hard process for me to be satisfied with when he is able to take care of the kids, or even if he is able to take care of the kids. This is going to be, we're going to have to look at everything here.
But she cannot write me off. I still need to have contact with my children as well. So I understand that she might be angry at me, thinking that I'm not responsible and all that, but I still need a chance to be part and parcel of the well-being of my children as well. So I think it's best way we have to reach an agreement based on that, because I need access over my children as well. So she cannot say that she will handle everything, meaning that I won't be allowed to see my children, for which is I cannot allow that as well.
You're going to have to prove that you are able to see them, that you are responsible enough. Because not taking them, like the doctor's appointment, not taking care of their needs, putting your needs first. Wat is hy boxing ding? What? Hot boxing. Okay.
Boxing the kids.
Yeah. How can I even think that you are able to do that if you keep up with those habits? That
You
is
see what's
so
the problem with her?
irresponsible.
You see what's the problem with her? She always goes back to what happened in the past. And honestly, I can't deal with this. Now let's just focus on her children. She wanted the divorce. I gave it to her. Now she wants to block me to have access on my children. We cannot do this. We can't.
That's the only proof I have is the past. So if you're not all right with that, then go for another therapy session.
I have attended therapy and I'm improving on myself as well. So I've learned a lot from that. So I believe there's an improvement on my life. So she cannot just tell me what to do. I don't have access to my children. I cannot allow that. I need to be part and parcel of my children as well. As you, Daisy, you have told us that I have parental rights and responsibilities. So I need to exercise them. So I believe that with the therapy I'm attending, definitely I'll improve myself.
Yes, I both understand your concern, both of you. But remember, for us to get a solution of these rights and responsibilities over your children, we must first find a way of how to communicate. Remember, the way I've seen Delilah is communicating. Delilah, when Larry's talking, you just interfere. Can't you give him chance so that he can talk and then you can understand what he is saying? Remember, everything has to get to a solution only if we know how to communicate in the right way. So the only thing that I will expect from both of you is that according to the law, we cannot block someone's rights. According to the law, you cannot say no because you failed in the past, then you can't do it now. Remember, each one of us can get a chance to make it better. And the only thing that you need to do is that let us all focus on how to work on co-parenting. Then we can see what to do as we go. So I don't know. Can we continue? Can we continue with co-parenting?
Yes, we can continue. I'm willing to do that.
Are you fine, Delilah?
I was not allowed to give my opinion, or I'll give my opinion when I have the opportunity, if you give me permission. Daisy, I'm just playing this part.
You go ahead. Right.
Yeah. Okay. It seems to me like you just want to listen to him.
Delilah, I understand your concern. You are worried that Larry didn't show any interest on the needs or on the rights and on the rights of children, right? But according to the law, we cannot just push it away. We need to go with what the law is saying about both of you as the biological parents of the children. So we can't run away from that. The Act is giving us a guideline on what we need to do. So from now on,
but yes.
Okay. Yeah, it will be much better if we all do things according to what the law is saying. Like I said, let's now start with the co-parenting part of it.
I feel bad being so rude, just
No,
saying.
you have to be rude, please. Daisy's doing a good job.
Yeah, very good.
Now,
Okay,
let's see where she's going next.
remember, when we talk about the best interest of the children, we need first to think of their rights as children, right?
Yes.
Your children have the rights to live, have the rights to be taken care of, have the rights to be protected, have the rights to school. There are so many rights that your children does have. But we need to, both of you need to work together so that you meet those rights, you meet the needs of the children. Are we clear on that one?
Yes, yes, ma'am, we are.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I had to fulfill in all of those needs so that the children have their rights. Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'm
What's your
I'm
next
stuck.
move, Daisy?
I'm stuck.
You're stuck. How can you be stuck? Let's see if Nada can help you. I just want us to talk about what's your next move. Where are you going to go next? Don't help them, Delilah and Larry. You've got a co-mediator, Nada. What's your strategy now? Where are you going to move to? What do you want to talk about?
I think we can go through that list of the care list, the capacity of
What are you
the
trying to
people.
do? What's the outcome of your what are you trying to do now?
So we're trying to get to the co-parent agreement and how that will look like and how it would look like practically. So we would have to look at the living arrangements, the house,
Okay.
you know, all of that. Yeah. So it's the practical stuff that we've got to go by point, and where the Act guides us in terms of what to look for. We need to see, you know, the what you call it, wheel alignment back to the Act to see are
So what's the first
but
you're going to give your co-mediator Daisy advice? Daisy, start on this thing first. What must she focus
yeah.
on? Because she can't do all of it at the same time.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
one thing must she deal with now?
Yeah, Daisy, I think my suggestion would be to start with the house. You know, because they are now going to split. So we have to talk around the house, and then the next one would be the where will the children stay? You know, the living arrangements for the children, and then later on we can look at contact and all of that.
Fantastic. You guys make a good team. Daisy, you got the right advice from your co-mediator. Well done,
Okay.
Nada. Good understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, as we are continuing with this session, remember I spoke about co-parenting, right? Right, we are still on co-parenting. So I want us to talk about the living arrangements. Remember, you are going through divorce, and somewhere, somehow, you need to think about who must stay where and who will remain where. Can we start about that? Can we get an agreement on that? Remember, you only have one house. So
How do you
can we
know they
get an
only have one
agreement?
house? Let me write a little word for Daisy.
I feel your pain, Daisy. I totally understand.
What says it says there?
As you mean?
Assume makes an ass out of you.
Yes.
Not me. Okay. So, talk about that little assumption that you made there, Daisy.
I assume that you must be having one house.
Why
Like
are you
you
making
said,
that assumption?
yes. Like you said, Larry, that you don't know where you will go or where you will live if you divorce your wife, right?
Right.
Yes. So that is why now I want we talk about the living arrangement part of it. So I want us, both of us or all of us, to get a clarity of who will remain and who will leave the house. And whoever is leaving the house, where will he or she stay? Before we can talk about the children part of it.
It's fine. She divorced me, right? And yeah, the house belongs to her. I'm expected to move out. So yeah, I believe I'll move out. So she's the one who
Okay,
stayed
I'm
with.
firing Larry. Larry is fired. I'm Larry now.
Okay.
Firstly, Daisy, this is coaching you now. You haven't asked enough questions to establish. Do they really only have one house? So you ask them questions. Guys, you spoke about having one house. Is that the only house on both of your names, or is there any other houses that we can work with? Clarify. So even if I asked you, I told you you're making an ass out of you, you're making assumption, you didn't correct it by even checking with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so double penalty for that. Okay, ask the people, is there more assets? Do you have a house? Larry, do you have your own house? Delilah, do you have a house? Is there any other houses? What's going on with the housing situation? Okay, so now I'm Larry. I'm not moving out of that house. Where must I go? You tell me. You seem to be taking the side of my wife. This women's lib thing is clear that you just want me to move out. Where must I go? I'm not just moving out.
Okay. Delilah, do you have any other house before you married
Why do you assume
Larry,
that
or
only
even
Delilah
during
has
the
another
process of
house?
your marriage?
You're now assuming Delilah must have another house.
No, I'm asking first. I will also come to you with other questions concerning the house part of it. So for now, I'm just asking Delilah to find out.
I have one house, and this is the house we live in. It's my house.
Larry, do you only live in this house, or is there any other place where you used to live?
Yes, this is the only house. We've been together for 20 years. My last house was in Paris in a studio apartment. Ever since I've gotten with Delilah, we've lived together in that house.
Okay, I understand. I understand that both of you only have one house where you will stay. So, but for now, I want us to come to an agreement. Like
What agreement do you want us to get into?
like you have already said that you will leave the house
No,
because
I didn't say I was leaving. My alter ego, Nkosinati, said he's going to move out. In reality, clients that have nowhere to go don't move out. So I've never said I'm going to move out. You must have heard me when I was under the influence of Dacha, but when I spoke to my attorney, he told me I don't have to move out. I'm not going to move out, so no, I'm definitely not going to move out. I don't consent to moving out. I don't have any other place to go. So,
Okay. No, I understand both of you. You don't have any other place to stay, but can either one of you compromise?
No,
Because I'm not so sure if ever you will be able to live together, even if when you are divorced.
I can't move. I've got nowhere to go. That's my only
And
house.
I don't want to live with him. That's the whole point of the story. I don't want to live with him anymore. I want him out of my house.
Uh,
Daisy, I, I'm wondering about options. What options are there on the table? Can they give options? Must we sell the house? Um, he's got this friend Lisa? Can he go and stay with the, those kind of things that I'm thinking of.
Thanks for that. Let's think about other options that we can come up with. Ne? Since when you are staying in one house, there are different options that we can take or we can think of. The first one is either both of you sell the house and then you divide the money.
Oh, no. Is that an assumption? You are now making up laws, or do you have facts to confirm that's why? Why must they share the money equally? Where did you get that from?
I'm just like, I don't know.
Huh?
Okay.
You haven't established how we are married yet, hey? We haven't established that.
Do you see the screen, people?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Eish.
Eish, because your mediator is not neutral. Your mediator is giving you legal advice. Your mediator is making flippant assumptions. Your mediator is giving solutions. Okay, this is very important, people. You need to understand the impact of marital regimes on the reality of your clients. Okay, so let's do the practical, because you theoretically cannot move forward unless you clarify what goes on with the house. Okay, so in South Africa, we have 3 marital regimes: in community of property, out of community of property with the accrual, or out of community of property without the accrual. So 1 in, 2 out. In community of property, it's the default regime in South Africa. So if you don't go to an attorney before the marriage, where you sign an anti-nuptial contract, you will automatically be in community of property. So Daisy, you must ask them, are you married in community or out of community of property? If they are married in community of property, then your assumption would have been 100% correct. They are automatically married in community of property, where their 2 separate estates with all the assets and all the liabilities now become part of one single joint estate. Okay, where both of them own everything in equal and undivided half shares. They have to administer everything jointly with regards to that property or that estate. So there's one single joint estate. It belongs to Larry and Delilah jointly. They both are the owners of the house. They both have an undivided half share of the assets. So there will be equality between the parties. The disadvantage: if one is insolvent, both of them lose the house. Death frustrates the surviving spouse because everything gets frozen. You cannot access your bank accounts. If there's financial difficulties or a divorce, or if one contributed more than the other, there's inequality and unfairness. Okay. So that line of thinking would have been perfect if they were married in community of property. Okay, then you would negotiate the options, either selling it or what other options are there. So let's give you the opportunity to mediate that further. Okay, so continue. Wait, let me do the training first, because it's important that you understand out of community of property as well. So before we continue with the role play, because then we can role play whatever goes which way. I want to see how you think on your feet. Okay, out of community of property with the accrual is the most difficult one to calculate. It's a mathematical sum. Okay, so it means the parties must intend before the marriage that they want to be married out of community of property where the two estates remain separate. So I have responsibility over my estate and my husband has autonomy over his estate. If we don't choose with or without the accrual, it will automatically be with the accrual. So out of community of property with the accrual. It means there's two separate estates. My assets cannot be attached if you are insolvent. I don't have to ask your permission if I want to buy shoes or another house or a Porsche. I can administer and dispose of my assets just as I want to. I'm in control of my own stuff. Okay. The disadvantage is there's a growth or accrual calculation that we have to take into consideration. That includes the growth that occurred during the marriage. Okay, you can't take the values before the marriage into consideration. So there's a risk upon dissolution of the marriage that one person will get a bigger amount than the other. So it's when there's a discrepancy between a very large and a very small estate that we're going to have problems. Okay, I'll get back to the formula now. Out of community of property without the accrual means that we have to intend to be married out of community of property. We have to put it in the antenuptial contract. Otherwise, we're going to be automatically with an accrual calculation. So if I want to ensure that my assets remain my assets, there's no formula, no calculation, then I have to tell my lawyer before I sign the antenuptial contract that I want to be married out of community of property without the accrual. So there's a total separation of the estates. I have no claims against anyone. We separate our estates. So all my assets and debts belong to me before, during, or after the marriage. The advantages are that there's two separate estates. Creditors cannot attach mine if there's an insolvency, if he's insolvent. If there's no permission or restrictions, I can do with my stuff what I want. And I can protect my children so that they only inherit my house. The disadvantage is that there's no claims. I can only get spousal maintenance. It's going to be prejudicial if there's a big estate and a small estate. I contributed everything to my husband's growth. He became a multimillionaire, put all the houses and cars in his name, and at the end of the day, he exchanges me for a new cupcake and I have to walk away with nothing. So it's advisable to include the accrual. So modern times have changed. So there's an old view of the partnership that's dangerous. People don't want to get married in community of property anymore. They talk about changed standings in society. There can be prejudice against the joint estate. People think it's out of the oude doos. It's old-fashioned. So most attorneys will advise you to get married out of community of property with the accrual to protect your children. So there's certain advantages and disadvantages to either of the three regimes. What is a fact is that you and your spouse are going to walk a joint path, and whatever you choose at the beginning of the marriage will have serious consequences for the decisions later on. So it's important that you make informed decisions so that you pick the one with the greatest benefit for you. Now, let's talk about the technicalities of the accrual, because I think it's easy to understand in community of property. So if we have a car and a house and everything, and it adds up to R1 million, at the end of the divorce, I'm going to walk away with 500,000 rands worth of stuff, and you're going to walk away with 500,000 rands of stuff. If we're married out of community of property without the accrual, it means whatever is mine, I keep, and you keep whatever is yours. So if Larry has nothing on his name, he walks away with nothing. Okay. The accrual says there's a formula. Now I want you to draw a green leaf of something growing, of a little plant in your mind. So when you hear the word accrual, automatically your brain goes to the word growth. Something grew. Okay. So there's a definition. The easy definition says the poor person, but I want you to write there, the person whose estate grew with the smallest amount. So the person with the smallest amount of growth, I call him the poor person, is entitled to half of the difference between the two accruals. So the spouse with the smallest or the least amount of accrual is entitled to half of the difference between the two accruals. So the formula says the poor person equals or is entitled to half times A1 less A2. Okay. Did you write it down? Let me see if you write it down. Nkosinati, what did you write down? Accrual has a formula. What does the formula say?
Okay, I didn't complete it very well. It's poor equals to 1 divided by 2 multiplied by bracket A1 plus A2.
Okay, what does the wording say?
The definition.
Yeah, read the words.
Okay.
Because you've got stuff now, 1 divided by 2
Okay,
times.
okay.
So what
It's
is
the
the
person, it's the person who has the smallest the person who has the smallest amount
smallest
entitled to.
accrual, not amount.
Oh, yes,
Accrual.
yes. Accrual, okay. Yes, the person who has the smallest accrual is entitled to half of the differences between the two accruances. Yes.
Okay. Right. So guys, it's not so simple anymore like Daisy wanted to make it.
Can I ask something,
Yes, sure.
please? This is now maybe a very stupid question. Say, for example, you are married in that way. It's like out of community of property with accrual. Now, after you got married, I buy a house, he buys a house. What does that? And it's like the one property is on my name, the one property is on his name. Does that get thrown into the accrual total, or does my property stay on my name and it's mine? It's not part of the accrual, whatever. Yeah. It sounds like a very stupid question now, but I'm actually don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to teach you the correct way. That's why I'm teaching you the formula. So if you read the formula, it says, the person with the smallest amount of accrual is entitled to half of the difference of the value of the big accrual less the small accrual. Does it say there that I'm entitled to half of the pot?
No.
Does it say I lose my property?
No.
No, it doesn't. So it says my accrual will determine if I'm the one that's entitled to something or not. So the one with the smallest accrual is entitled to, and I want you to write this down, a monetary claim, a claim for money only against the other person. You are not entitled to half of the house, Larry. You are not entitled to half of the estate, Larry. If Larry's estate didn't grow as much or more than Delilah's, then it means that Larry will have a claim for a specific amount of money against Delilah. We have to still calculate that. But on face value, from what we've seen, it might be that Larry is going to get something from Delilah. But we are not going to make asses out of us. We need to properly mediate. So the first step would be, Larry and Delilah, how are you married? Someone
We are
needs to
married with
answer me.
that. We are married with that difficult one because we want all the exercise we can get. We are married out of, sorry Daisy, but Melanie is going to help us. She's going to
Yes.
help us.
Yes, we're going to do all
Melanie is
three.
going to help us.
So
Okay.
mediation is easy if it was in community of property. It would be easy for Delilah, because then it means, is it going to be easy for Delilah if I tell her that she's got to give half of everything to Larry?
No.
No. So it's not going to
I
be.
worked and he didn't.
Yeah, so you've got pension, you've got a house, you bought did you buy the Porsche for Larry? Is the Porsche on your name? What's going on here? So firstly, the first step that we're going to do is to ask the people how they are married, because it determines everything. Okay, so we're going to mediate all three of them with the same facts. Okay, so Larry and Delilah, and I'm going to show you the easy way to deal with it. And I always love Excel spreadsheets. So hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll email this thing to you. I'll sort of put it on the group, and it's color coded to try and help you to deal with it easier. Okay. So in red, it says on the top, because we're going to do the most difficult one first now, because if we can get that one right, the other two is easy. We are busy calculating the value of the estates at the start and at the end to get the value of each accrual. This law that's applicable now is a third law that you can throw at your clients, NADA specifically, and it's called the Matrimonial Property Act. This is the law that governs how they are married. So they chose this. If they are unhappy in mediation about the implication of it, you have to tell them, the same as with the Children's Act. Daisy did it really well. There's a law. It's applicable. You can't get away with it. So who got married 20 years ago? Daisy and Larry. Did you get married 20 years ago? Okay. Who chose the marital regime? The two of you chose it. Guess what? There's consequences for the two of you. So I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but whatever you chose 20 years ago is going to have effects in 2024. So let's look at the consequences. Okay. So Delilah showed me now the antenuptial contract where it was out of community of property with the accrual. So this is the one that we are stuck with now. Now we need to figure out who's going to be lucky and who is unlucky. Okay. So you'll see a couple of things. I'm just going to go through the form so that it's not foreign to you. So there's a division of assets we need to look at. The yellow block says we need to look at the antenuptial contract to get the start value at the time of the marriage. So this, guys, is a yellow block there as well in the right hand. It says step 1, get the start value from the antenuptial contract. I cannot make it easier. You take the antenuptial contract, you open it, you read it. You'll see there. The values is 200,000 Rand for, and here we can type in, you'll see there's the husband, is the blue column. I call it Blue La La Land. Okay, this is the husband's place of residence where he thinks how he thinks, and pink La La Land is where the woman lives. Okay, so what is the starting value in the beginning of the marriage as per the antenuptial contract? So at that stage, Larry had a painting, for example. He was in Paris, he won a scholarship. That painting was worth 200,000 Rand. Delilah only had a little folksy on her name. That was the values they put in the antenuptial contract. Okay, you can't change it. It is what it is, according to a contract. What does anti-nuptial contract mean? It's a contract. Anti-nuptial contract. Anti before nuptials, the marriage contract. Before the marriage contract. That's what it says. Okay, so that's what you put in there. Step number 2. It says we need to determine the current net end value of the people's estates, because the yellow is the start value. The maroon color is the current end value of the estate. What am I worth at the end of the marriage? So this means I need to look at the assets minus the liabilities or the debts, and I will get the net value. Okay, so let's mediate now. I want you guys to mediate. Daisy, start figuring out what assets they have. So Larry and Delilah, let's talk about what you have in your marriage. So make a little bit of things up for us. What you're going to do is you're going to go from the top to the bottom of the list of assets. You see there's immovable property, movable property, valuable artwork, jewelry, bedding, firearms, vehicles, anything, policies, pension money. So just make things up. Don't make it too difficult, but Daisy, I want you to practice asking them what assets they have. Okay, go, Daisy.
I wanted to find out from you, since Welly, you said you are married out of community with Accra, with Accra, if I'm right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. So before we can continue, we need to talk about the assets that you have. Remember, we have the movable assets, immovable assets. We have things like we'll only look at on the movable assets and the immovable assets. So I want us to start with the one that are not movable, the immovable assets. You said, both of you said there is the house that you have is the only one house. So I want to find out from you, who bought the house? Did you buy it or did you build it? And if you built it, how much money did you use? Is it the money of Larry or is it Delilah's money? Can we start from there? The house. Let's think about
Larry
the house.
now. I got money from my parents when they passed away, and I put R1 million into that house when we got married.
Okay. And Delilah, did you contribute anything on the house? I mean, on the building of the house?
I had to make all the payments because of the wat is die verband?
Bond.
The bond being on my name because he didn't have an income, so I had to take out the bond. So I had to pay off all the installments. So, and that was with rente. My English is op, julle is
Interest, yeah.
Yeah, all the interest. Sorry.
Okay. You are now getting me confused. Larry said he got the money from his parents. That money that you received from the parents, was it the money for the house or
We
Money
bought
for
the
what?
house for 2 million. So I paid a million from my parents' inheritance into the house, and then she got R1 million bond, which she paid off in the
Oh,
last 20 years.
okay. No,
Have you got an idea what the value was with all the interest? It's not a million.
I don't care. That was what
but the bond that you
we
paid
agreed
is for
this
how
in
much?
2004. You were very happy to take my R1 million.
But now we are not. We are in 2024. And what I put in there was much more than R1 million because you couldn't contribute anything.
Okay, you guys need to understand because we're doing it the wrong way round. The first question is, on whose name is this house? Whose asset is this? So your first question is, whose asset is this? And I put it in the correct column. So don't start with all the detailed nonsense. Start in the beginning. Whose asset is this? On whose name is
Okay.
this house?
Yes. On this name is this house between the two of you.
It's on my name because he couldn't get a bond.
Okay.
So what's going to happen to my R1 million? You're going to pay me back.
That's why we're here.
It's lekker unfair.
Suck it up, buttercup.
I'm not going to suck it up. You're not going to get rid of me if we can't sort this out.
Just for interest sake, side note, Arnel here. If the house is on both of our names, then it's just 50-50.
Yeah. So at this point in time, you guys need to understand the legal stuff. You need to think like a lawyer. Okay.
Yeah.
20 years ago, he took the money. It got absorbed into her estate, actually. He didn't cover his ass. There's no written agreement. So who gets the benefit of this $1 million?
Delilah gets it because it's not written into the ANC.
Yeah. So now what value do we put into the pink column? We can't put 2 million because that's what they bought it for. You need to listen carefully. So what is the house worth currently, people? Okay.
Current
So
value.
meaning we need to get a person who can tell us how much
Evaluate
the
it.
house worth this
Great.
moment.
So there's a couple of options. They either get a valuator, but valuators charge 10% of the whatever they value. So if the estate is worth 3 million now, they're going to take 300,000 Rand for the valuation. They can be very expensive. A practical solution, and remember I told you the word, I'm a practical realist, a pragmatist, is that we look at the practical and quick solution. So I would say, Larry, you get 3 estate agents. Delilah, you get 3 estate agents. And you get the valuation from them. They also have a Starlight property thing where they take the average of the houses that sold in the last 12 months and they also give you an estimate. So you take the 6 values, divide it by 6, and then you'll get to an average. If they can't agree and they keep on fighting about the value of the house, you're going to have to get a valuator. But just to move forward, sometimes I get them, let's just work on an average to see where this figure brings us at the end. So Larry and Delilah, can we agree that the house is 3 million because both of your estate agents said 3.1 or 2.9? So if we take the average, can we work on a value of 3 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Larry is still upset because of his 1 million. That's gone. He's not getting anything. So I need to deal with his flipped lid. Why is his lid flipped? Because it's unfair. Legally, can he sue Delilah for it? What do you think?
No.
Oh.
Nada, what do you think? Daisy, what do you think? Do you think he can sue her?
Yo, the vehicle that was there to protect him, he didn't avail himself of that, which is the ANC. You can go ahead and sue, but I think he's then going to have to deal with how to prove that and all sorts of things like that.
What's the basis of the claim? Is there a basis for the claim? Okay, so let me teach you attorney stuff. There is a thing called unjust enrichment. So unfair enrichment. It's called negotiorum gestio. It's a nice fancy Latin word for unjust enrichment. So it means that she has unrighteously been enriched with 1 million rand. That is the claim that he will try to get against her. He can issue summons for it. He can claim unright injustice. She's going to have a counterclaim saying it was part of the living cost. He never paid rental. He never contributed to anything in the last 20 years. So she's going to have a counterclaim against his claim for 1 million rand. Will a judge think that he should win or she should win? And I'm telling people, law is like a Clint Eastwood movie called Dirty Harry, where he's a cowboy and he says to the people, do you feel lucky, punk? So what am I saying? You're going to go to court and I can't tell you, Larry, you're going to win. Or Delilah, you can oppose it because he'll never win with this claim. Because in South Africa, you don't know how magistrates or judges will interpret the law. They're going to look at all the circumstances. They're going to look at the attorneys. Your choice of an attorney will determine how good your documents are drafted. It will depend on if you have enough money to pay attorneys 2 years to get to the inside of a court. Then it will depend on the judge you get. Are you getting a very aggressive guy whose wife did him in the past? So he's going to not allow any women to screw over a guy? Or did you get a woman judge who previously lost everything in a divorce? Are you going to get a judge that doesn't understand these Latin enrichment claims because they're incompetent? Who are you going to get? So Larry has the option of taking her to court for unjust enrichment. Will he succeed or not? I don't know. Legally, for the purposes of this calculation, unfortunately, Larry, I cannot change the law for you. It is on her name. It is registered legally onto her name. It is an asset that I have to put in the pink column with a current 3 million rand value. So you have remedies. Discuss it with your attorney, please, and decide if you want to proceed with a summons against her. But for now, in our calculation of the assets and the liabilities to get to the accrual, I cannot stop the process further. We need to move on. Okay. That's how you deal with it. Are you comfortable? Okay. Continue, Daisy. Oh, you muted?
So is it only the house that we have that is immovable, or is there any other immovable asset that you do have beside the house? Because I think with the house we are done with it. Is there any other immovable asset?
What about that business premises you bought, Delilah? With your business partner, where your offices is running from?
That is with my business partner. It's got nothing to do with you.
How many shares do you have in that business?
49%.
So 49%, I want to see it there. You're trying to hide assets. You probably have a Swiss bank account as well.
I wish.
Okay. On whose name is that business premises registered?
On the business's name.
What's the business name?
View Automate.
Okay. Now, tell me quickly, does Delilah own the property, the business premises?
I only own 49% of it. But I don't own it. It's part of a company. So I don't own it.
Who agrees with Delilah that she doesn't own the business premises? Raise your hands if you agree that she doesn't have it. Who owns it in Kosanati?
I think the both of them, they
How
own
come both of them own it? They married out of community of property. She's got another business of 49%. So how can Larry also own half of something?
Okay, okay, understand. I thought maybe you mean the business partner of Delilah.
Yeah, those two, the both of them, but not both she and Larry. So, but does she own the property? Who owns the property? If you take the deed document, it'll say in whose name is the property registered. And it's not registered in her name. It says Tammy Taylor Nails. Let's just make it easy. The business name is Tammy Taylor Nails. So if I draw the paperwork from the deeds office, it says that Tammy Taylor Nails Pty Limited is the owner of the business premises. Can I put it here in the pink column where I'm currently at?
Nope.
No.
Daisy, can I put it there? Yes or no? Nada, can I put it there? Yes or no?
No, not the property.
No.
What do I do with her 49% of that business premises?
Would that not be part of the movable, because it's shares, right?
Yes. Guys, so there's something called shares, business assets or business interests. Where is it specifically? Life insurance. Okay, so these are the type of things we need to ask. Pension and policies. Life insurance policy, it's not that. A pension benefit, it's not that. An endowment policy, it's not that. It's not an annuity. Stock exchange shares. Okay, so
Yes.
if this is a Pty Limited and they registered the document that says 49% shares, it will be the stock exchange shares right here. So what do I put in here? Do I do this now? Is that what I type in there?
No.
I think we need to get the 49% out of the whole asset. How much does it cost? Then we get the 49%.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we do the
Okay.
same thing. Where is the business premises? We get it valued. Because Delilah's going to say it's only worth 1 million because she doesn't want to pay Larry anything. Larry's going to say, you're lying, it's at least worth 2 million. So you'll always find that the one makes it more expensive, the other one makes it more cheap. Okay.
Okay.
So you get the average, you take the amount. So let's say it's 2 million rand. 49% is what's it? 890,000 rand. Oh, it's not 8 million, 89. Okay, and I always say I'm like Jacob Zuma, I cannot do mathematics. So you always check with a calculator. Okay? 99 million rand. Okay, so 2 million rand times 49% is 980,000 rand. See, I got it wrong there. That's why you always do your calculator. 980 and 23. Okay, so that is how much her 49% shares are worth in terms of the business premises. But what about profits? What is the company worth? Is the company worth only 2 million? Because that's the building only. So I can't just put in 980 because
Okay.
what is the rest of the business worth? So maybe the business with which includes the asset of the business premises is actually 5 million because it's got a lot of client value. It's been an established business. So 49% of a 5 million rand business is actually 2.4 million, 2,450,050. See, I can't do it like Jacob Zuma. I really struggle. 2,450,000 rand. There we go. So that is how much her 49% is worth. So it's important that you ask clarifying questions. So number one, what is the asset? Whose name is the asset? And what is it worth? That is the amount you put into the correct line in the correct column. Okay, does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So Daisy, carry on. That's all the immovable assets. We've now dealt with immovable assets. You can carry on with movable property.
Okay. Let's talk about the movable property. In the house, I assume that you have furniture, right?
Okay,
Now
Larry,
we are going,
Kusanati, you can be Larry again.
we are
Okay.
going to talk about the furnitures that you do have. Did both of you bought the furniture together, or each one of you has a furniture, specific furniture that he or she bought?
Okay, now
Well,
if you have open-ended questions like that, they take a flippin' long time to answer. So you're going to drive me nuts if we take this long the whole day. Ask, Larry, what items do you have that's immovable, that's registered on your name? And you deal with Larry and you put his stuff in a column. Then you move over to Delilah, whichever one you do first. But if you guys ask open-ended questions, they can take forever. So with this type of things, it's easier if you're a bit stronger in guiding them. So I'll say, let's go through the items. Larry, do you have any furniture on your name?
yes, I do.
What do you have
I
it
have
registered with?
a computer, also the microwave, and the kitchen unit as well.
Okay, how much is your computer worth?
11,000?
Okay. Delilah, do you agree? So in this case, I'm not going to make it difficult, but if we struggle with this, we get valuations for everything to eventually get to an average. And this is what happens in mediation if we do big estates. They struggle because they don't agree. So then you have to get the proof. The proof will delay your mediation process. But for purposes of this, we're not going to make it difficult. So after they got subpoenas and after they got expert advice and after they got everything valuated, these are now the values that they agree on. Okay, just for sake of the argument. Okay, so 11,000 Rand for a computer, and then you said a kitchen and appliances altogether. What's that total?
Let's say 25,000.
Great. Any other assets on your name, Larry?
It has to be on the blue side.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah, thank you for being awake. Larry, do you have valuable artwork or jewelry, bedding, towels, photographic equipment, firearms, outdoor equipment, or sports equipment? Larry, do you have any
Larry?
other assets?
Oh, yes, yes. I do have a firearm as well, and also sport equipment.
Okay, how much is the firearm?
13,000?
13,000. And sports equipment?
9,000.
Great.
Hmm.
Let's look at Delilah. Delilah, which furniture, appliances, kitchenware, what do you have?
The total value would be 120,000.
Great, because it's all Schmeg appliances and stuff.
Obviously.
She's got an Apple iMac computer of 40,000 Rand.
40,000, yes.
And all her jewelry, she likes buying herself gold and diamonds.
At least 200,000. That's my thing.
200,000. Okay.
And just the best Egyptian cotton for the whole house.
There we go.
So that would be at least, let's say 30,000. At least.
Great. 30,000. Right, so you carry on with this. It's a long list, but you can get. I've got clients, guys. This is where we laugh the most as attorneys. So it's the list of stuff that people fight about. I had clients that had vibrators, that fought about who gets the vibrators. The
Really.
Dagga stash. Really, it's crazy. This is really where we have a field day with our clients. Things like the room dividers. Who pays the morkels? Everyone had room dividers. The pots and the pans. I said to clients, I will buy you pots and pans because you're arguing about 400 Rand. My fees are 2,000 Rand an hour. Why are you fighting over this? Go buy yourself a new set. Okay.
Alani,
Yeah?
would it be an option, because this is not the first mediation session? I suppose you would read the room, but would it be an option to give them a list and ask them on their own to just do their own stuff's value?
You can give them the list and they bring it to the table and you can compare. Yes, you can do that. So you need to find your own way. But sometimes they lie, they don't go through it, they don't know what to do with the formulas. So, but yeah, you can do it the other way around where they do it and you just help them to calculate at the end.
Yeah, because I know we are renewing our insurance, and what I realized is you don't actually have an idea what things are worth now at the moment because you bought it so many years ago.
Yeah, yeah,
So maybe if it's like if people can talk to each other, I think it's like a good idea if you can actually say, listen, go and find out,
yeah,
both of you, what do you have, what is the current value, if it's a situation and people that would be able to do that,
yeah.
just to make it more
And
realistic.
tell them if they don't agree on the values, they're going to pay their attorneys and the valuator the fee. By the time they get to the value, it's worth nothing because of all the costs.
Yes.
So the more you fight, the quicker it depreciates, gets to zero very quickly. Okay, so there's things like getting cash crusaders out to your house to come and make you an offer, or your insurance policies to give us an idea of what things are worth. Okay. Right, now let's get to the vehicles. Which cars do you guys have?
We are having a Porsche.
Okay. Where do I put the Porsche?
She bought it from me. It belongs to me.
No, it belongs to me. You just drive it around.
On his name, or on which name is it? Is it yours, Delilah, or you, Larry?
It's mine.
It's registered in my name. I take out the license. It's mine. I just give him permission to drive it.
Because we can't be clear on this one, can we get a proof that the person with the name is the one who...
Yeah. So 3 weeks later, yeah, she sends you, it is definitely on Delilah's name.
Okay. So, Delilah, how much was the car?
I suppose it must be the current value.
What do you guys think? What value do we put in here?
If it's sold, what will you get for it? I think that is the guideline. So 1.2 million. Not what I bought it for, because this is like a big one. It's a Cayenne or whatever. Let's say 1.2.
Actually now a classic. You bought it in 20 years ago. Now it's actually worth more. Okay, whatever the case is, you need to have it valued. So you send them to a garage. In the old days, we had something we called the bookie value.
Yeah.
You had these books with the values in. So you have to go to a dealer or a car, what's that thing? We buy cars or wheelie or something where they give you a valuation of the vehicle. Okay, is Larry happy with this? Larry's supposed to flip his lid. That's unfair. I can't believe that she's taking the Porsche. She got my 1 million Rand and now she's got my Porsche as well. This is really not that. You need to mediate that. So you need to validate. Larry, I hear you're unhappy. I understand it. However, this is the way you chose to do it. Blah, blah, blah. But then Larry has a picture. Yeah, it's a picture. She gave it to me on flippin' Father's Day 10 years ago, 20 years ago. She bought it for me. Here's the Facebook proof. Yes, Larry, but unfortunately, legally, it's still on her name. Okay, now what happens? Does it change the fact that it was a gift?
No. No. Then you should have, and then I should have put it on his name. He should have drink daarop aan that it's on his name.
Okay, unfortunately for Delilah, there's a bit of a problem. It's called donations inter vivos, gifts between spouses. If Larry can prove that it was a gift, it's deducted, it's excluded. from her accrual. Okay,
That's
there's 4
interesting.
exclusions. Okay, so if you were in a car accident and you got the 2 million rand, it's not part. So that Porsche cannot be in either Delilah or Larry's column. It needs to be taken out if it was a gift inter vivos. If you had a motor vehicle accident and you got a lump sum, it's excluded. If you had an antenuptial contract and it said, I inherited money from my parents, it's excluded. And if it's donations between spouses, it's excluded. So 4 categories of things that's excluded. So you keep the benefit of things for yourself. Yeah, or no?
So this is only applicable to motor vehicle.
No,
I'm just talking
any
now out of my
asset.
own,
Any
out of my
asset that
own.
falls under one of those conditions is excluded from this calculation.
But it's not, for example, say I got a payment because I had cancer. So one of my policies paid out. But also, it's actually literally what happened is I got a payout, but my husband, at his works insurance, he also got a year's salary because he had that.
Clause.
Yes.
It's excluded.
So that's not
It's supposed to be because it's a patrimonial damage claim. So we just have to look at the wording, but it will fall under that patrimonial damages.
so it's not
damages
just a
to-
motor vehicle accident.
Yeah, it's not just motor vehicle accidents.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So assets that was excluded in the antenuptial contract. So say she still has the folksy. Remember she had that 50,000 rand folksy? We're not going to put the
Oh,
value
yeah.
in under the cars. There's a folksy and it's now a classic. So it's worth 2 million rand now. It's excluded from the accrual calculation.
Yeah.
Okay. What is not excluded is lottery money. So let's say Larry wins the lottery. It must come in his column then. So only those 4 things are excluded. Lottery money is included.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not fair.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So the Porsche, theoretically, if it wasn't a gift, she just caught him with a slap rim. She told him it's on his name. She lied. But there's no proof that it was a gift. It comes back. She needs to put it back, or we need to put it back. So everything will determine on the facts. The facts is what you ask them, the proof that they can provide. Can they prove it? Cover their ass. Okay, so what must we work with? Are we going to say that the Porsche, it was a gift or not a gift? In this case scenario, do you
Let's
want
say
to?
it was a gift.
Okay,
Let's
so
say
then
it
it's
was a gift
excluded.
because I like the kinkel in die kabel.
The exclusion. Great. So let's leave it out. There's a little boat, a canoe that Larry owns. It's worth 2,000 rand. There's no fortune. Okay, what is Delilah driving?
Definitely not a Hyundai i10. That's for sure.
You're driving that Fortuner there.
Listen, in my real life, I have an old Sparky. So just say.
Okay, so Delilah really wants the Fortuner. Now, again, let's ask the question. Whose Fortuner is it?
It's mine.
Yours, is it on your name or is it part of your
Yes.
company package?
No, it's on my name.
Okay, so you guys, do you understand? You need to ask the questions because it might form part of this 5 million rand package that she gets. If it's registered on Tammy Taylor, it's part of the shares. If it's registered on her name, then it's on her name. We need to put it in. So you need to ask the questions. What's the Fortuner worth now, Delilah?
600,000.
Okay. Great. Delilah and Larry, we're getting to the end of it. We ask both of them the same things. We go through the same list. Okay. Do you have pension fund or policies, Larry?
Yes, we have a pension fund.
You have a pension fund. How much is it worth now?
It's 1 million.
Okay. So, guys, you have to make sure that you get the values directly from the insurance company.
Okay.
So what is it worth? Death, for example, life insurance means nothing if the person is alive. Unless there is a clause that says you can buy it out currently, then it might be worth something.
Oh,
It's got a value. If we can make it money today, it's got a value. But in general, life insurance policies only pay out when you die. So you can't put there, when I die, it's worth 6 million and it's part of your assets. It's not worth anything today because you're alive.
we are alive. Yes.
Lila, do you have pension fund?
Yes.
How much is it worth?
5 million.
Great.
Listen, Melanie, can I ask this? In a situation where two parties are agreeable, could it be a suggestion? I don't know whether it's even possible. For example, that you state in the agreement that life insurance policies will be
Excluded.
so you are my beneficiary,
Yeah.
I'm your beneficiary, and it's not allowed to change. So to make provision for, so because otherwise it seems to me that a lot of those things is really in the best interest of the children, to say for example, the beneficiary will, you create a trust for the children or whatever, so that it will take care, because otherwise you might stop your installment, and that's not in the best interest of the children. So I suppose, could that be part of the
You can put anything
negotiations?
into an agreement if both parties agree. So it's
Yeah.
almost like a key man policy where they take out life insurance on each other's names, they take out policies, student loans, whatever. You just need to make sure that it's worded correctly, because if it's not worded correctly and it's not made an order of court, and if he changes his mind and he stops it, then you only find it out after the death. Oh shit, there's no
Yes.
policy.
Yes.
Okay, then you've got a claim against his estate, but it's going to be the proof question again, litigation to get to the point.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you can agree on anything. You can agree to leave certain things out of the calculation. There's a lot of things you can do to leave it out. Nada, are you going to leave at what point?
I will have to leave around 1. Would that
Okay.
be okay?
Right, so we'll take lunch at 1.
Oh.
All right, so the assets, there's no unit trusts, timeshares, but you can go through this. Business interest, business assets, lottery, personal effects, cash in the bank, whatever they have. You put it in there. But for sake of time, let's stop with what we have. Okay, can we
Ooh.
see what the problem is here?
Ish.
Ish,
Poor Larry.
Yeah.
Larry. Okay,
Larry is gonna be the one who got the claim.
yeah, face value for now.
Yeah,
But that's
but
only
isn't that not beneficial for him, the greater the difference is?
obviously, yes. Because the poor person is entitled to half of the difference between the two accruals. So we still need to get to the accrual. We don't have the accrual yet. The only thing we have now is the asset list. So if you look on, we're still trying to get the end value. We're still busy with step 2. We're trying to determine the end value. To do that, we need to take the assets minus the liabilities. Then we'll get the end value. So yellow is the start value. Maroon is the end value. The accrual is something we still need to calculate. Okay, so now we move over to liabilities. Okay, so what debts do they have? Okay, is there still a mortgage bond, Delilah?
Yes.
How much do you owe?
900,000.
Okay, she hardly paid anything off, which sounds weird. So how in 20 years' time is it still 900,000 rand? What did she do? Did she take a second bond? What did she buy? Oh, she bought that Fortuner.
And the Porsche.
And
the Porsche as well.
Yeah. So whatever they did with it, you need to allocate the item to the correct item. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you owe money on the furniture? Yes, 20,000 rand. Larry has a credit card of 5,000, bank overdrafts or loans, money that people owe to you. Okay, so you put just everything in there. And as you see, if we add more stuff, it's going to change the totals. Larry also purchased these furniture on debt. He owes Morkels for the room divider.
Melanie, say for example, there's still some in the business in Tammy Taylor. There's also things that's outstanding. So there's outstanding money on the. So it's not. So that isn't in the equation. It's only the value of the business.
End value of the business should be in there so that the liabilities, the assets and liabilities of the business must give you a value of 5. So if there was outstanding debts, that wasn't calculated.
It would be
the bookkeeper had to put it in. So the business isn't worth 5 million, it's worth 4 million.
Okay.
So that's where it'll
Makes
sense. The shares will be
Yes,
worth
okay.
less because of the debts that the company have. Okay, are you guys
Yes.
with Nkosinati, Daisy? So we have to make sure who owns the debt, who owns the asset. I want to hear you ask the question, who does it belong to? On whose name is it? Who is the bank going to come after? Okay. Right, so his debt is 10,000 and her debt is 920,000. Right, so now we need to get the net value. So it's the assets less the liabilities. So his assets are 1,060,000 rand less, what's going on there, minus 10,000 rand, minus his total debts. So what is he worth? His net worth is 1,050,000. Her debt is 11,400,000 less the 920,000 rand debt. She is worth 10 million. Okay. So do you guys understand the end value? It's assets less liabilities gives me the end value, the net end value. Okay, now how do I calculate the growth? So remember what is green? So I wanted you to draw me a picture of something that's growing, a green plant. So if we think at growth, it means Larry had 200,000 in the beginning, and Larry now at the end has how much? What does Larry have at the end, people?
1 million.
And what?
1 million.
1,050,000. Right.
1,050,000. That is his end value. Okay, so he went literally from 200 to 1,050,000. So what was his growth? So you take the end value less the start value to get the growth. He grew with 850,000 rand. 1,050,000 less 200,000 gives me 850,000. Are you all happy with that? On your screen.
Yes.
Nkosinati, you see
Yes.
it. Daisy, you happy? Okay, let's take her end value. Her end value is 10 million. She's worth 10,520,000 rand at the end. What was she worth in the beginning? 50,000.
50,000.
So 10,520,000 rand less 50,000 rand gives me 10,470,000 rand. That is her growth. Okay, this is what I'm busy with. The green column is growth. Okay, are you all happy with how we got here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the accrual status? The big accrual is Delilah's accrual. Her accrual is 10,470,000. What is the small accrual? The small a is 850.
850.
Right. Now quickly read to me again your formulas. Nkosinati, you wrote your formula right in the beginning.
Yes. The person who owed The person who has the smallest accrual is entitled to the half of the difference between the two accruals.
Right. So there it's in terms of Section 3(1) of the Matrimonial Property Act. It says, and there where my cursor is, it says the party whose estate has the smallest accrual is entitled to half of the difference between the accrual of the two estates. This is a monetary claim. You are not entitled to any specific assets. Okay, so Larry can only claim money. So what is the formula? Larry is entitled to half of the difference between A1 less A2. So A1 is 10,470,000 less the, less his 850,000 Rand. Okay, so he's entitled to the half of the difference between those two accruals of 9,620,000 Rand. So Larry is entitled to 4.8 million Rand. Okay, so did you see what I did here? The big accrual less the small accrual gives me a total. I take the total, I divide it by 2. I half that difference. Okay. Are you guys with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks complicated, but if we use the color blocks, it's easy. We start at the beginning. The antenuptial contract gives me the start values. Then we move over to maroon, where we take the assets less the liabilities. I get the net end value. Okay. Then to get the accrual, I take the net end value less the start value to get the accrual. So we work out all of their assets minus all of their liabilities, we get the net end value. From the net end value, we take off the starting value to get the accrual. Then we see who's got the smallest accrual. It's obviously Larry. So Larry is entitled to half of the difference between the two accruals. So the big A less the small a. 10 million less 850,000 gives me a total. I need to divide it by 2 because he's entitled to half of the difference between the two green amounts. So Larry is entitled to 4.8 million Rand. How does Larry feel?
Fantastic.
Yeah. How does Delilah feel?
Totally it feels
Upset,
it's totally
feel
unfair.
feel.
Enraged. If we think about that emotional list, her ref counter is in the red.
Yep.
Okay, this changes the picture.
Larry
If Daisy had her way, in the beginning, she would say, oh, let's take everything and divide it by half. So if we did it Daisy's way, he's worth 1,050,000. She's worth 10 million. So what does that mean? It means that the total estate is worth 11.57. If we divide that by 2, it means Larry would have been entitled to 5.7 million. You see, this is in community of property.
Yes.
But if Delilah was clever, she would have married out of community of property without the accrual. So that would have meant she walked away with 10.5 million and Larry walks away with 1 million. Okay, so do you think it makes a difference how they choose to get married?
For sure.
Yes.
So you cannot just assume, Daisy, and you're not the only culprit, that you divide everything by half. They are married according to one of the 3 regimes. We have to figure out which one it is. It's not difficult. There's paperwork. If there's no antenuptial contract, they are automatically in community of property. Okay, does this make sense?
You can change it for a very
Yes.
big amount after you get married, eh?
There's two options to change it. The first one is to do an application where you need to give notice to all of your creditors. It's a high court application because you change your status. Anything that changes your status is a high court application. So you need to bring that application, give notice to your creditors. It's very expensive. The other option is to get a divorce. To get a divorce, change it, and then get remarried. Luckily, I was working in a firm called Meisy Malan and Hoffman. I just worked there in 2001, 2002, just after my articles. And there was a businessman who was going to lose everything. He was married in community of property to his wife. They would have lost everything because the business went insolvent. So they got a divorce. He put everything on her name. In the settlement, she got everything. When he wanted to remarry, she told him, hasta la vista, sucker.
Yeah.
He could do
That's
nothing
the
because he
thing.
couldn't go back to court and say she lied because it means that he defrauded the court. They lied to court when they drafted the settlement. So he was solidly screwed. So be careful, slim van sy baas. Okay, do you guys understand how important it is to decide on what is the facts? This is not up for assumption. You cannot assume. But
And
what do we do
Melanie,
in mediation? We just want to do the parenting plan because all of you wanted to throw the Children's Act in from the beginning. Fair for the children. Best interest of the children. Children, children, children. What about the other legal processes that's in play? Then you wonder why they want to kill each other. Because this is going on at the backside where you're not even involved in. And you just want to rush off a parenting plan.
we actually haven't even touched on if they are not married and there's no contract. They just live together and have the kids together. Then I
It's out
suppose
of
it's
community of property without the accrual. There's no such thing. If we're together for 10 years, we married in community of property. That's an urban myth that Zander from Sewende Laan tells the people. Okay, if you're not married, you don't have a universal contract or universal partnership agreement, you are not married in community of property automatically. You are not entitled to half of Delilah's stuff, Larry. Or the other way around. You screwed. So now
And
only can we mediate the reality. Yes or no?
what does our law say, the country's law, about what noem jy dit, a traditional if you didn't get married in a
Yes.
court?
Civil court, yeah. Then
Oh,
you're
marriage.
married out of community of property. You have to register your polygamous marriages. That's another difficult one. So if you have more than one marriage, you have to register them. It's like having contracts with your first, your second, and your third wife. If there's no such agreement, you're only married legally to the first one. And then it's going to be in, out, or with the accrual. But if you didn't register your marriage in terms of a civil union, you're going to struggle. If you prove that you were married, because there is recognition for customary marriages, if you prove that there was lobola paid, that you went through that whole process of negotiating, you'll probably end up being married in community of property. But you have to prove that it was a marriage that falls under the ambit of the recognition of traditional marriages. Because this is where they come up and say, but he never paid the lobolo. There was never negotiations. There was never handover of the bride. He only paid damages. That's why it's always safer to register your union, your civil union. It was always a requirement, and I personally think it was better that way when you had to register it with Home Affairs as well, because now it's open for litigation.
And the same with some Muslim weddings. There's also a thing, and they often have more
polygamous
wives
marriages.
as well.
Yeah. Okay,
Och,
so it's not just
very
as simple.
complicated.
It is
Very
complicated.
complicated.
But you need to understand that when two people are sitting in front of you, that they have a complicated legal setup at the back going on. Because now only can we talk about who gets the house, depending on the regime.
Sure. Because can you imagine if now you are husband with wife number one staying in this house. Now you want to get divorced from wife number two, but you can't. You must still respect the rights of wife number one, like for the house, because I can't put her out. Oh, it's very, very demakar.
So you as the mediator need to understand the law so that you can govern the people according and do that conciliation, that wheel alignment according to what the law says. So now let's talk, because we need to continue with Larry and Delilah if we have the accrual system still going on. So Larry is entitled to what? With the accrual. Larry, what are you entitled to?
With the accrual,
Yeah.
it's half of it's half of the difference amount between the two estates.
Not the two estates, the two accruals.
The two accruals.
Not the two estates. Be careful of the way you talk. The difference between the two accruals. Okay, how much are you entitled to, Larry? What amount can you claim from Delilah?
It was 4 point something million, if I'm
4
quite,
point
yeah.
something. You're getting that little pizza again. Need to be specific. 4.8 million and 10,000.
Yes.
Okay, mediator. Now we're going to mediate. Nada, take over. Now let's switch roles a little bit. Arnel. So Nada, you can be Delilah. Larry, you are Larry. And Daisy, you are off the hook for now. You did a good job. Okay, so let's get Arnel the opportunity to mediate. Ooh, how are we going to get what for Larry? What would you do now?
Okay, but I suppose that Delilah will flip a lid now.
Exactly. And you are quite right. I'm very upset about this. If I just think about all the years that I've been taking responsibility, paying all the bills, working hard, it just seems so unfair, and it is unfair.
You Delilah, that the whole calculation wasn't based on feelings or whether the law was
No. But my reality of working hard, paying all the bills, those are also facts.
So
to me, it feels like
you don't
facts.
validate. If you don't validate, you can't deal with the fairness. So always validate first. I hear you say it's unfair.
Okay.
However, it's the law, because you trapped. You stepped into the trap immediately. You can't just explain the law to these people. You need to, and that's the picture between, where are we now? The law and psychology.
The fluctuation. Yes.
Okay. So lekker, I hope you guys learned that thing. Thank you, Nada, for being a good Delilah.
Yes, I hear, and well, I actually wanted to say from my core, it's really unfair, but I know I can't choose sides. That's the thing. For me, as Arnel being the mediator, I would like totally side with her. Just on a side note, being very transparent.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
you need to manage that.
Yeah, and I hear your frustration, Delilah, with the situation that it is. But we have to deal now with the law and what is the facts that we have here on the table.
How do I deal with the emotions that I'm feeling? I hear you talking about the law, and in this instance, it feels like the law is not taking into account my factual situation.
Yes, I hear that as well. And that is something that if we can't change something, which is now the law, we can't change anything about that and the facts that we have here. And unfortunately, the fairness or the unfairness of the situation is something on an emotional level that you will have to manage. You will have to, or I would suggest that you find a therapist to look at this, to support you in this situation where you are at the moment, because there must be so much emotions going through you. Because it's not just the now, it's like the whole situation how you got here, but navigating moving forward without having been able to change the law and this current situation. That would be my suggestion, to get that support to be able to go forward.
Yeah, it's just fair because Larry went for therapy before. You've got another option, Delilah. You can, because Larry's still wanting to go for therapy, so you can avoid all of this and stay married to him. Or is Larry still willing to go through the marriage? Do you still want to do counseling, Larry? No, I don't want to do it. I have 5 million in my pocket. Cupcake and I can have a fantastic time. I'm a Porsche now. Okay, but those are options you need to discuss with the people, because that's something she didn't take into consideration when she was so hurtful. And that's what you're going to get in your sessions. That's the reality. It's very easy to stand up for a principle if you think you're going to walk away and there's going to be fairness. She didn't see this coming.
It would be interesting if the roles were flipped now, and Harry and Delilah said, no, I don't want to get divorced anymore. But Larry said, no, I know my rights. I can go without you giving me permission.
Yes, so now we can say to Larry, that's fine, Larry, but now you're going to be in a position where you need to pay for the attorneys up front. So for you to get the 4.8 million, you're going to have to get attorneys that's willing to do a opposed divorce with no retainer, because how are you going to pay your attorneys? Because you theoretically got nothing on your name. What does Larry have on his name? He can sell the furniture, he can sell the computer, he can sell the firearm, but he can't do anything about his pension fund. So Larry theoretically doesn't have money for lawyers.
You can sell the Porsche.
He can't sell the Porsche because it's on her name.
To me.
On her name, but it's not in the... Oh, that's right. It's on her name. That's right.
Still on her name. So Larry is a bit screwed on the one hand as well, but he can bluff. So do you see it's a constant chess game?
Yes.
Moves and counter moves.
You have to think on your feet now. You must be so tired after such a session. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, it takes some. All right. So in reality, I want you, Arnel, to mediate them into a solution, because she says, no, I'd rather pay him. It's still worth more peace of mind. I can always make more money. I'm still young. I can work another 20 years and make up for what I give him now. But at least I've got pension. And the other thing is now he's got money, so he can start contributing towards maintenance. So I don't care now. He can start helping. I'll make it up. Okay, so still get, you need to finish up the division of assets. So this is part of the settlement that deals with the assets and the liabilities. So we need to finish this part up before Nada goes for lunch. So now let's quickly see how can we get him his 4.8 million, because it's a monetary claim. He doesn't have any claim to the Porsche, to the house, to nothing. He's got a monetary claim. So how is she going to pay him 4.8 million? Let's negotiate them quickly.
Well, I would ask Delilah, this is the situation where we are in, and you know that you are the one that's responsible to honor this claim of Larry. How would you suggest, knowing your current financial situation, that you will be able to provide this money to him?
By selling the Porsche and something else.
What else? So let's look through the asset list. So you're just going to start. There's a house of 3 million. Furniture of
I
120.
don't want to sell the house. I could sell some furniture. I see that's got a lot of not furniture, sorry, not furniture.
Even if you sell all the
I,
furniture, remember you're going to have to repurchase again. So
oh yeah. No, sorry.
190,000 rand.
Yeah, missed the extra zero. I read that as 1 million. Let me see. So the Porsche I can sell.
Yeah, you can sell the Porsche because it's not
Okay.
on here, but it is
Yeah.
something you have. But then you
Yeah.
still need 3.6 million.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't want to sell my shares because that's the way I'm going to be able to make more money. Um, so I can't do that. What else do I have there? Oh,
Pension.
maybe I'll sell my policy. Or I mean, what do you
Yeah,
call it?
endorse your
Yeah.
pension.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tap into the
Yeah.
pension.
So you'll
Yeah.
need 3.8 million, eh? How much do we still need? 3.8
Yeah.
thousand. So you're going to have left 1.1 million rands of pension fund. Guys, so if you get a divorce, guys, this is the easiest way to do it. You draft your settlement to say that there's an endorsement against your pension fund. The divorce settlement gets sent to your pension fund company, what's it called, like Allen Gray or Sanlam, and they pay out the money. Okay. Now, what's important here is to understand the tax implications. Because if there's no provision, Larry is going to be taxed on the 3.18 million rand. He's going to walk away with about 60% of that. 1 times 40%. 1.5 million will be for taxes. So Larry's not going to be happy, but if her clever, they'll word it to say that he gets the 3.8 million, but he needs to pay tax on it. So he's either way going to have to pay tax on something, but pension funds are taxed quite heavily. So you have to deal with taxing or tax implications as well. But theoretically, your settlement would read as follows. The parties agree to the following settlement. The pension fund of the plaintiff will be endorsed to an amount of 3.81 million rand, taxes to be deducted before pay over to the defendant. The plaintiff would transfer ownership of the Porsche vehicle with registration number so and so onto the name of the defendant upon signing of this agreement or upon date of finalization of the divorce. Each party retains their own assets and debts. That's it. So that's the settlement with regards to the division of assets. Okay. Simple. She could have also said, I'd rather give him the house and the kids because if he was a good dad, she'd rather maintain stability. For her work, she has to work in Sandton now. So it's going to be better for her to get a place in Sandton. Or she says he's a bad father, he's not going to get the house. It's the house that the kids have stability in, so I'm going to keep the house. But the house was another thing that they could work off. She doesn't want to stay in the house because of all the memories. So you need to negotiate the different options with your clients to get to that money into Larry's pocket. Okay, now I'm going to let you go quickly. What did you learn?
Me.
Yeah.
The importance of doing the evaluation of emotions very early. And I also think important to say right at the beginning, I think that's part of the opening statement, if I'm not mistaken, to say how are we going to communicate in this space with one another. Because I've realized that every time somebody speaks, it's, in attack mode towards the other person, which are just is now undoing all the work that's been done up to this point. And I'm hoping that if I mean, I can see, and I know this might be completely naive, but if me, if I as a mediator and work at creating a safe space between the parties in that place, it will help towards them seeing each other not as we call it, the enemy, and see how can they meet one another halfway, and collaborate, because the end goal is the children and their welfare. And so the acts are wonderful tools, really, that I have in my toolbox to fall back on, because you can't argue with law in that sense. This is how it's been. This is how they say we should be doing things.
Suck it up, Buttercup. It is what it is because you chose it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Marta. You can
Yeah.
go. Okay, guys, for the rest of
Thanks.
you, we're going to have a half an hour lunch. I want you to go think of the main thing that you've learned in this role play and the practicalities of the marital regimes. And does it change your perspective on how you mediate or mediated and are going to mediate in the future? Okay, so take a break. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Melanie, if I can
Yes.
just say, I didn't tell you beforehand, but I also need to leave at 3. I'm very
Okay.
sorry. It was a thing that came up yesterday late.
No.
But I wanted to join so that I don't have so much afterwards to watch, because you miss so much if you are not in the session
Yeah.
itself.
No, you're
Okay,
welcome.
so
We'll see
just
if
want
we
to.
can do something easy after 3.
Okay. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
guys. Take a break. Take a Kit Kat. Okay, guys. Okay. Right, so we are going to continue with the role plays in terms of figuring out where these kids should stay. And you guys are sort of not even halfway there.
I'm I, I'm glad for the for the complicated scenario, but I think it's not even. I think in the bigger scheme of things, it can be much more complicated.
Yeah, yeah, because now you need to do primary residency. If primary residency is finished, we're going to have to deal with maintenance.
Yeah.
So maintenance is something else. I think we're going to move over to that next week. Or do you guys want the theory of maintenance so that when we do things, we can do all of it together?
Like rather do the role play now or do theory now and
So we
next week do
finish
the
our primary residency so that next week we know where the kids are staying and then we do the finances.
I think that's a good
Yeah, let's
idea.
break it up because otherwise it's gonna it's gonna be a bit be a bit too much to do everything in one long sitting for maintenance. I think it's important that we really get our grasp on the division of the assets so that we understand the implications of each of these regimes on the practicalities for the people and how it affects the practical living environment. Because after we've done the practical living environment, there's an implication, a financial cost implication on the kids that goes another level deeper. So, okay, so let's finish up with Larry and Delilah's settlement. Are we happy with the outcome? Larry looks very
Yes.
chuffed with himself. So, Larry, tell us, how do you feel about the settlement?
I think I'm happy. I'm happy with the settlement. It's a great deal for me, even though I didn't want a divorce from the beginning, but I'm happy now. So yeah.
So let's hear, how will this settlement affect your living arrangements, Larry? What's your thoughts on where are you going to go now? Because obviously now there's no excuse for you to stay in the house anymore.
Um, for now, I think I'll just go back home and stay
Go
there
back
for a
home.
bit.
You're going to, in the same house where your soon-to-be ex-wife is, that has to pay you 5 million rand almost. You're going to go back to that same house.
No, not the same house. I mean, where I grew up.
Where's that?
Obviously, it's in here in South Africa. So it's
Are you going to leave the kids with the mom?
no, I just it's something we'll make arrangements. Since I don't have a proper infrastructure, then yes, he can stay with them, then we'll arrange in terms of when can I have access on the children.
Okay, so Larry is going to move out of the province. Is that what you're saying, Larry?
Yes,
You don't care about the kids?
I do. I think we'll
Does it
discuss.
sound like, okay, colleagues, does it sound like Larry cares about the kids?
Nope. He just hears ka-ching, ka-ching.
Yeah, he's going to take cupcake or get another cupcake in where's the home province? I'm not sure where you're going to, but are you going to take cupcake with you? Or you're going to look for a new cupcake?
Two cupcakes.
Already, I'm having Lisa on the side, so I don't need a cupcake, so I'm sorted.
You're sorted. But are you going to leave
Yes.
Lisa here? Is Lisa going to go with you?
Yes.
Is she? How long do you think your 4.8 million is going to last? And guys, this is the reality of people's decisions. If you divorce and you don't have a house anymore, where do they go? They go back to the parents' houses, the grandpa and the grandma. Taking the kids out of their environment. What Section 7 will this have an effect on? Stability, emotional security. So now I don't have my dad. Well, we're leaving him in the old town. My mom's taking us to my grandmother's house. There I have to share a room with my brother. My dad's moving in with Cupcake. So what happens to the kids? School,
New environment. Yeah, sad.
Yeah, ne? And all of this, because of the finances of how we were married, affects so much of the decisions we're going to make afterwards. So let's mediate. You didn't get a chance to mediate, yes. And Kosanati, you're the only one that hasn't mediated yet. So who wants to be on now? I think you can be Larry now. Daisy, you can be Delilah.
Must I stick with Nkosinati's version of going home?
Let's decide if that's your way. Well, let's see how Nkosinati deals with his own monster he created now. Because we have to bring in the kids in all of this now. So, yeah, go with that for a while and let's see where it goes. I want to see how good Nkosinati can convince you if it's in the kids' best interest or not, or what's happening. Okay, so Nkosinati, you've organized the good deal for Larry now. Now we need to figure out where does it leave the kids in all of this. So the main aim of this session now is to deal with primary residence.
Okay.
Theoretically,
Thank you for
I actually don't want Larry to just move away from the kids. I actually want Larry to still fight for the kids. But
it feels to me that that will be a bit more practice.
Yeah, it will be better practice. But I think you guys need to understand that either way, it's reality. Some clients are going to move away not worrying. It can either be the mom that takes the kids away or the mom that says, now I need to move to my homeland because now I need to give Larry the house. Because the pension fund didn't, my employer didn't pay the pension fund, so I'm going to be stuck for 6 months or whatever. You need to be able as a mediator to mediate anything. So we'll switch roles again, but I want Nkosinati to figure out how to get Larry to stay in town first.
Okay. Nkosinati, I'm gonna go with your Larry.
Yeah. You created a monster. Okay, so we need to talk about primary residency of the outcome. Sorry, Daisy?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
about that.
Okay, Nkosinati, this session is for you to practice to be a mediator. So I want to see how you think. I want to see how you handle your clients.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for coming to our next session. So today we are going to discuss the issue of primary residence over the children. So anyone from you can start so that we discuss the primary residence of the children, so that we can prepare a parental plan, so that we know who the child will visit, when, and all those things. So anyone amongst yourself, you can start. Who will be the primary residence between you two, the two of you?
Let me start.
Okay.
Because Larry said he's gonna take his girlfriend and go away. I think I will be the one. I will be the responsible one. And by the way, I've been responsible for these children for quite some time, for the rest of their life since they were birth. So I don't see any wrong. I think I'm the one who's able to be the primary parents to take care of them. And then besides, the house is on me. So I will stay in that house because Larry has to go away. So I'm the one. I'm quite sure I'm the one.
Okay, you are the one who was staying with the children.
Yes, they are my child. They are my children. I love them. So I will stay with them.
Okay. Larry, what do you say about that?
Well, I'm gonna go home to my family who actually wants me, my family of origin, and they will stand by me because I don't have a family now that she doesn't want me anymore. So it's fine. I'll just take my pie and run.
Okay. So meaning that we agree that the primary residence of the children concerned, it will be Delilah, right?
Yes.
Then okay, let's talk because I believe as a biological father, you have the rights and responsibility, as you know, that you have to maintain contact with your children concerned. So how can you best arrange that since you said you are moving out? Where are you actually going, and so that we can make proper arrangements, and when can the children concerned visit you as well as their biological father?
You are in this business for a long time. What do you suggest? Because it's far away. I can't come. I know some people who's divorced, then they go every second weekend. There's no way I can do that.
I think just leave him out because he doesn't want to be responsible for his own children. They are mine. I'll take care of them. I'll do everything. Let's just leave him alone. He just wanted to go. It's fine. I will take care of them.
Yeah, you're almost the better parent, so you take care of them.
Thank you for that, for the credit. I'm the better parent. Thank you.
Okay, if it's like that, then ma'am, Leria, meaning that you don't want to have contact with your children since you are moving out. I need to get a picture of this. Since you are moving out, you are going out of the country, you don't want to have contact with your children. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, well, how could I do it? Because you can hear her attitude. She's gonna make it difficult for me in any way. So just to get out of the situation and to be rid of all this stress and all this, just all of this drama, I'll see maybe once a year I could, maybe when I'm in the area, then she can bring them to me. Or she can bring them to me. Why not?
No, I won't. I can't travel so far to bring the children. No. If you want them, you stay around. Maybe you look for a place somewhere else.
You're the one with the job. You're going to make geld soos bossies so you can bring the children.
I will never do that. I can't bring children to you. You must make a means to visit them. You must make a means. It's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to take care of children, not to bring them.
Lara, let's do it like this, right? Let's allow one person at a time to speak because I cannot be able to attend all your consent if you behave like this. I think the best way, let's give one person a chance to talk, then you'll respond back, right? Lara, can you continue what you're saying? You said once in a while you come and visit. If you're around, then Delilah will bring the children to you.
I actually changed my mind. I thought maybe she can bring the children to me where I am.
No, you know what's happening, Lara? You have to exercise your responsibility as a parent over the children. It's either you decide that you want to be actively involved in maintaining contact with your children, or you don't do that at all, so that we can find a proper way to deal with this situation. So since you are a parent, you have responsibility to maintain contact with the children. That's your responsibility as a parent to your children.
Well, if I don't have contact with them, then I'm not going to pay maintenance for them.
You see,
So it suits me fine.
how will they grow up without your money? They need your money for support. So you must pay maintenance. That one, I will fight it. We must pay for maintenance. Both of us, we are the biological parents. I didn't bring the children along. So you can't say you can't pay maintenance. We must pay, both of us.
You don't care about the children. You just want them so that you have a stick to slaan my with.
Don't forget, I gave you a lot of money. I gave you 1,400,000 and something thousand. So I gave you a lot of money. You can't tell me what and what. So practice your responsibility.
Let's have a proper go ahead, right? We set the primary residence, it's you, Delilah, right? Then we need to arrange. I need a clarity on this because you arguing over this thing, it won't help. I need to know if area you need to have contact with your children. Do you still want to have contact with your children, or since you are deciding to move out of the country, you won't see a need of having a contact with your children?
We can speak, we can phone each other, we can video call, but it's just too much money to go back to her every time.
Okay, let's do it like this. Since you said you are going, where are you actually moving out to? Is it out of the country
I'm
or
going to Eswatini?
Eswatini? Okay. All right.
It's what's
That's fine.
eating now again.
Swaziland.
Okay, and where's Delilah staying?
I'll stay in the house.
But which town? Which town are you in?
We are in South Africa, so it will be Gauteng. I think in Gauteng province.
Okay.
The town.
Is it where you've always stayed, in Gauteng?
Yes, where we
These
always.
kids are in the school. Okay. Now I just need to get my geography sorted out.
Actually, not that far. It's actually quite close.
Okay. Great.
I
So
just
it's
went
not
with
that far.
I just went with the Nkosinati saying moving out of the country. So okay, no. Let's rather do this. I'm going to Lesotho, Nkosinati. Lesotho.
Yes.
Okay.
Homeland.
Okay.
Not Eswatini, Lesotho.
Okay. Since it's we set the primary residence according to the parental plan that we are drafting, right? The children concerned will stay with Delilah. Later, since you are moving to Lesotho, right? What we can do, we can make arrangements during the school holidays so that you can have contact with your children. It's either we'll divide the school holidays into half. Then the other half they will spend with you, the other half they will spend with Delilah.
How will the children get to me?
So these children, they are going to stay with the girlfriend. He said he's going to take the girlfriend. Are they going to be taken care of the girlfriend? No. No. I disagree. They can't go and visit the girlfriend.
But they will also stay with my mom. They'll stay there in the village.
They will stay with your mother.
And where will you stay?
Where will you be? Because we're trying to organize for you to have contact with your children as well, ma'am, as a part of your responsibility.
I will stay with my mom and with Lisa, with the whole extended family.
It's fine, it's doable. Then during school holidays, they'll visit you as well. Then depending on how the school holidays are structured, they'll visit you and also they'll spend the other half with Delilah as well. So we are going to split the holidays. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in all of this, we have a 3-year-old girl called Candace. Is she now going to go for 4 weeks in December to her dad and 4 weeks with her mom, or how long is December holidays? 2.5 weeks. So the 3-year-old is going to spend 2.5 weeks away from her mother.
That can be arranged based on yes, the age of the child.
Okay.
Actually, the child honestly
Isn't the most important thing, which I trained you on, if you look on your page with a calendar, 2 factors determining primary residency. Which 2 factors will determine primary residency?
Ability to take care
Yeah,
Okay.
capacity to
and
care,
the
and
bond
the
with
other
the
one?
children. Bond with the children.
The what?
Bond with
The
the bond with the
what?
children.
bond.
The bond.
At what point in time are we going to take the bond of the children into consideration? When are you going to throw that in Kosanati to get the father either to be closer, or if we can decide because now we're saying, okay, move away. I don't know what the bond is. I mean, Peter might want to live with his dad and go with his dad to the homeland. The kids might not want to stay with with Delilah. How can we just say it's okay that you go and the kids go every second week holiday? You don't even know if that's okay with the kids. You don't know if it's in their best interest for their dad to move away. It's the second or the biggest factor, equal to capacity to care. We haven't dealt with his capacity to care. Now we're going to send him to the kids to him for 2.5 weeks at least. He might still be using Dacha. He's going to ignore the lactose intolerance. We haven't dealt with any of those. And the mediator decided it's a good plan to do half of the holidays. How did we get to that conclusion? I'm not sure, because this seems to be like a team effort. The only one, and she's not even fighting hard enough about it, is the mom. She's not saying the kids can't go. The biggest issue for her was who's going to take care of Lisa, the girlfriend. She wasn't even moaning about the lactose intolerance or the asthma or the ADHD. So all 3 of you lost the plot.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
as if the fight is actually still continuing between the spouses and there's no focus on the children.
Because are we not dealing with the best interest of kids? I would have long ago said, so I hear you want to move back to the homelands. But you told me in the previous sessions that you're the one that's actually primarily taking care of the kids. So how strong is the bond between you and the kids? I mean, Peter is a teenage boy. What do you think is the effect? Section 7D. What's the effect on Peter going to be if you move that far away, sir? I would have asked him just that one question. Don't you have a bond with the kids then? Or if you have a strong bond, like you told me all along, and you decide just to bugger off, what's the effect on the kids going to be? So you abandon them, and then you expect them to spend half of a holiday with them. They must just pack up, go to Lesotho. Have they ever been to Lesotho? Do they know your mom? Have they? How on this good earth are we thinking it's a good idea? Because you're doing what NADA is doing, Kosanati. You have an agenda that you're trying to make work. And there's nothing about what's good for the kids in anything that's happened in the last 10 minutes. I didn't even hear the kids featuring. Huh. How quickly did this happen, Daisy?
I don't know. I think the mediator is the one who lost focus and then he took us into the wrong direction.
But
Because he was
the mother
supposed
even
to.
said your only issue was with the girlfriend.
Yeah, that is what I was only thinking of.
Yeah, why are
I
you not
never
thinking
thought
of
of
your kids?
children because he was.
No, because you're a typical mother. It's all about the girlfriend. It's not about the kids. Because this is what I'm seeing from both parents at this point. Is nothing is about the kids anymore. So I would have brought the Children's Act back in and said, well, this is a surprising turn of events where it sounds like neither of you actually care about the kids. Mom's interested in the girlfriend and her role in the kids' lives. Father is not even thinking about what the effect on the kids are going to be if he moves away. So what conclusion must I as a mediator make of this? I would have been very strict and stern with them, taken them to account. But no, instead of that, the mediator is trying to make plans to get the kids to Lesotho once a term. So it means they're going to see their dad maximum 4 times a year. How's that the best option? So no, go back to the drawing board. Do it over. Okay, what did you learn? Let's recap. Arnel, what did you learn from this little faux pas?
I realized that the that model or that skeleton that you gave us is very helpful to stay with, to maybe blink with, to know it a bit better, to guide you, so that you don't get sucked into the emotions so much. That thing of what you said, the going between the two, and to, especially I think at this stage when you get here, that the focus shifts to the children, because you've already done the whole thing of the the divorce, da 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 da. So now in your mind, I think the focus should shift to the children's
Yes.
role, and then go to this valuable thingy.
Yeah.
I think that's helpful. I think
Yeah.
we forget it, but it's very helpful.
So someone needs to bring the law back, and it's definitely not the two parents, because they are still now in litigation mode. And this is really what happens in a divorce. They forget about the kids completely. But do you see how quickly it happens? Even the mom that was supposed to really care about the kids and what Larry's doing wrong, she also threw that out the window. And it's about the emotional stuff of the girlfriend. It's scary how quickly it happens. And your job as a mediator is to do shepherding from behind, to align your clients just back to the reality and the impact of their decisions on the children. So you constantly have to check yourself. Are you mediating in line with the best interest of the kids or not? But we went with it because theoretically the mom said, oh, it's okay, I'll take the kids. So you go. I don't care. You haven't been a dad anyway. But I would have then said, no, the kids aren't even going to go for a holiday. You can come here. You abandon the kids. You give them up. You decide to move away. It's on you. I'm going to send the kids to therapy. That's not first prize. First prize is that the dad stays in the environment. So, Nkosinati, try again. Let's see if you can bring back certain principles, see if we can either work with it but do something a bit more practical, or get the kids assessed first or something. Just
Okay.
to make sure that the kids are okay in whatever you guys mediate.
Sure.
It's okay, carry on. It's difficult doing the course and doing your job still at the same time. So
I'm so sorry about that. Yes.
no, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, try again. Since you created this chaos, you need to deal with it, Nkosinati. This
Okay.
scenario is on you.
All right. I don't know where must I start from the beginning.
No, try to recover now, or try to just incorporate what we've talked about into where you're going with the parents.
Okay. Okay. All right. Leria, you said you are going, right? You are moving out, you're going to Lesotho.
Yes.
Okay. Since ma'am, you are the one who's decided to move out to Lesotho and looking at the best interest of the children. So I think it would be best for the children to be in a space which is conducive for them, for their development as well. So they will remain with Leria. Sorry, they will remain with Delalia, with Delalia. So what you are going to do, whenever you decide to visit around, since you are moving to Lesotho, whenever you are around, then it's your responsibility to come and actually check up on the children as well. Because yes, you are their father. You have a right to actually see them. So what we are going to do, allowing the children to move or visit you, for that, it won't be that much possible based on we don't know your bond with the children for now. So at least what we can try to do, we can the both of you can communicate, organize maybe once in a week we do the video calls on WhatsApp so that at least we create that bond between you and the children.
Who tells you I don't have a bond with my children?
But
Okay.
you have never bonded with them. You are always victimizing them. Think about the things that you did when I leave you with children. It's like an abuse. It's not a good bond. A good bond is with me, the mother. I take
Yeah,
care of them.
and if they had to choose, I wonder who they would choose. You're like the Gestapo. You're like the army. You are so strict. They love being with me.
What we are doing, ma'am, we are not stopping you from having contact with your children. But since the problem is because you are moving out, and from the get-go, Leila mentioned the issue of you doing the hot boxing and all those things in front of the kids, neglecting the issue of their health in terms of buying them ice cream and all those things. So for that, let's start from the beginning. Let's just create an environment that will be conducive for the children. So the beginning of everything, let's just arrange, since you'll be away, we'll be dealing with the issue of organizing online so that at least you bond with your children first, so that we can see that you are ready to provide a proper parenting skills over the children, because she raised an issue of you neglecting your children as well.
And
You're
can I
right.
say
Let's
something?
start with it. I want to respond to you, Nkosnati. You said we want to arrange. So it sounds like you and Delilah is on the same page here. Because you only hear her word.
No, what I actually meant, the both of you, since you have children, using the law, both of you, you must communicate over the views and opinion of the children. So that's why I said you need to be involved, the two of you, in order to be able to communicate at all costs regarding the opinion and views of your children concerned.
But if really he wants to show that he is responsible, he must stick to the issue of video call. And as for children going to, is it Lesotho? I don't know the parents that will be staying with Larry, whether if those parents can take good care of my children. So I don't think it's a good idea, that one. I don't think so. But I think he rather stick to do the video calls, talk to the children. I don't have a problem. But if he wants to see them physically, he better come back to South Africa and visit them.
You just think now that you're a fancy businesswoman that you are smarter than us in Lesotho. You know my parents. You met them.
Yes, I met them
together.
But the children were born in South Africa. They never had a chance to go to Lesotho. So they
It's you
don't
who
know
didn't
those
want to
people.
go. You didn't want to go. That's not on me.
They don't know your parents. They don't know your parents. So I can't be sure whether if they will take good care of them. So I suggest, and I think this is a fact. I suggest that he must come to South Africa if he wants to make a contact with the children. That is the final thing. I think so.
You're not the one who can decide.
That's what we are going to do, Laria. Since you are moving out of the country, the only thing that we can be able to assist you now to maintain contact with your children, will arrange an online where you will be able to create that bond with your children. So as soon as you are back to the country, that's where you'll be able to do, will the both of you, you need to communicate in terms of when can you visit the children so that at least you can see them physically. So, man.
I don't need to create a bond with my children. I have a bond with my children.
Give us a proof. Where is the proof? Let's see
Ask
the
the
proof.
children.
Can
Yeah,
I
I think
ask you
it will be
guys,
better if
children's
children
in
are
front of you, do you think Kosanati is working hard enough to get the dad to change his mind in moving away? Our plan of action currently is now to talk about the holiday structure in Lesotho. That's not the main problem. It's not the first prize that the kid that he moves to Lesotho. What is first prize?
That he moves
Prize is he stays
closer.
close to the kids. Because I bet you there is a bond. He was the pudding dad, he was the ice cream. Now he's going to break that bond. So you missing the point a bit in Kosanati by constantly saying we need to fix the bond. The bond is, from what I've heard, the bond is theoretically going to be strong enough that if he stayed in South Africa, he would have seen the kids quite often. We had to work on things like the lactose intolerance and the asthma medication and the ADHD, which we could have done through mediation with doctors' reports. But now you keep on saying that we have to work on the bond. I think you want to keep the bond or strengthen the bond. But that's not the root of the problem. The root of the problem is this guy should not go in the first place. It's not going to be good for the kids if he leaves. So we have to try more things to get him to stay here. Do you guys agree with me? The dad must be convinced to stay close to the kids. Now, I want you to look at the whole of section 7, and there's one factor that is directly addressing this that you must use and hammer. So I'm going to give you a minute or two to think about it. And I want you to give me your argument. I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to address the father, to try to change his mind when he comes back. I just quickly need to go to the bathroom for a minute. So read section 7, pick one section that you're going to work on the dad. I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to mediate. Right, who wants to go first? Try to convince me to stay.
I'll go.
Okay, before you go, I
I'll start.
want you guys to just indicate before we start. So write for me on the screen what section you're dealing with. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, what? Write it up so I can see. So you can't change your number if you hear your colleagues. Nkusanati.
I don't know if you can see properly. It's
Section 7. I just need to know A, B, C, D, E. Okay, thanks, Arnel. Okay, Nkusanati, yeah. Okay, thanks, Nada. And Daisy, which one? Oh, I can't read. B, okay. Right, let me hear it. Okay, Daisy, you go first. Give me your argument. Convince me.
I think looking at the attitude of both the parents, we will address especially Roman figure number 2 of parents needs to exercise their parental rights and responsibility of the children. So for Larry to be able to have a contact with the children, so I think what the mediator needs to do is to remind Larry about the parental rights and responsibility. That is where maybe he can try to convince him to change his mind of of staying in South Africa rather than going to his home place at Lesotho.
You will work on his attitude.
Yes.
You'll talk about Larry's attitude. Tell him it's a
Yes.
bad attitude. He needs to change his attitude.
I think the attitude that he has about the wife is the one that causes him not to practice or him not to exercise his parental rights in a right way.
Do you think that's why he's moving to Lesotho, to spite the wife?
I think so.
Really? How is he spiting her? He's playing into her hand by moving out of town. Okay. So if you told him your attitude sucks, you're spiting your wife, you're moving away just to get out of her life, you're forgetting the kids. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I think that will be part of what will be said.
Okay, let's ask your teammates. Do you think just that will get Larry to change his mind? Is that enough, Nkosinati, to convince you to stay in Gauteng? If you hear that your
I don't
attitude
think
sucks?
honestly, I don't think I can stay. I'm not yet convinced enough
Okay.
because I feel like the argument that she's raising, actually she's attacking me, so definitely I'll do the flipping as well.
Okay.
So
Great.
yes.
Let's get another opinion. Nada, are you going to move back to Gauteng if you hear your attitude is not right?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not, I don't believe there's anything wrong with my attitude.
Great. Fantastic. And then, Larry, are you convinced because your bad attitude you need to move back? Or no, Larry's still in Lesotho.
Oh, am I Larry
I'm
now?
asking you if Daisy mediated you and she told you in terms of Section 7B, your attitude sucks. You need to get back.
No.
You're not, your feelings about your ex-wife is clouding your judgment. Your attitude's not good. Are you going to be convinced to move back?
No.
Okay, so that attitude doesn't work either. Oh, that section didn't really hit the mark yet. Okay. Right, let's ask Nkosinati. Try again now for the third time to convince Larry.
Okay. The section that I'm going to use is section 7D, which is it talks about the effect on a child. So since the biological father is having that bond with the child, I'll emphasize the point of him moving away. It means actually now automatically he'll be I won't say destroying the bond, but the bond will be it won't be effective as it used to, because definitely he'll be moving to Lesotho and it will destroy the children, because now they were used to having their father around, but now since maybe they will see him once or over the WhatsApp calls and everything, so
Yeah.
all this scenario changed for the children to cope with this. So I can try to convince him based on using this legislation or remain, so that the children won't experience any effect of you as a father moving away or moving to another country.
Okay. And I think your chummy Arnel agrees with you. Anything you want to add, Arnel?
I love that question that you gave to us as an example. What would I would focus on the role that you did play to just confirm that, and not just the role, but the effect of the role that you played. Because remember in that first session you said you take care of the kids in any way. So what was the you know, and you also mentioned about having fun with the kids and the kids love you, so ask them. So it seems like you have a strong bond with your children. And if we take the, like you said, what would be the effect of Peter B if you would move away? How do you think he will react? And they know all three of the children in their different circumstances. So definitely I would also go with section 7D. And
Okay.
it's you read it more clearly now if you say both or either parents.
Yes.
So a child needs that, especially if you've got a good bond. It's
Yeah.
it's important for them to have contact with both parents,
Yeah.
not just one parent. So I would definitely go with that.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're going to guilt trip the dad into coming back.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
he's actually buggering up the kids. He is the one that's going to create trauma for them by leaving. Okay.
Yes.
Daisy, do you think you'll come back now if you Larry? You're going to feel guilty enough? You still
Yeah,
convincing.
I think he might decide otherwise.
Okay. He's going to
Maybe
cry and feel
might
bad
wait.
now. Okay. Now, I asked what section of Section 7 specifically deals with this, and I think I would really like to hear what Nada says. So share with us why you picked your section, Nada, and see if I can give you full marks.
I see that Nkosinati disappeared from my screen. I
Okay.
don't know if...
By me, and I didn't put him in a waiting room. But while we're waiting for him to log on, we'll
Okay.
give him a catch up as soon as he's back.
Okay. Okay, so Larry is somebody who wants to spend time with his children, and he enjoys the activities with his children, etc. So for me, I would highlight the fact that they are now going to run, they're now going to go into a divorce. So it has a huge financial impact and the practical impact on how easy it will be to connect with his children if they are now in two separate households with the children in one of the households. So Larry, if you are moving overseas, to Lesotho, and we are, and Delilah is staying with the kids in Johannesburg, I want to ask you knowing that you want to spend time with your children and you have a bond with your children and it is important for you to do that, how practical will it be to live in Lesotho and have the regular contact that you are wanting to have with your children, and how, what financial impact would that have to have that regular contact in the way that, as close as possible to the way that you used to have it?
Okay. That was the section I was looking for. So, because Larry's actions is making it difficult and expensive for the children to have contact with their dad. So I would have said to Larry, do you understand that your children have a right? Because Daisy loves telling the parents that the children have rights. So Larry, your kids have a right to contact with you, regular and ongoing contact. Now, who's choosing to move away? Your choice. Is there any reason for you really to move to Gauteng? You have money, you have a big lump sum that you got out of it. Why are you moving away? Your choice to move away has consequences. The consequences of your action is that you are now making it difficult and very expensive for the children to have regular and ongoing contact with you. That is the one that I would have dealt with, because that is the reality of the thing. Yes, it has an effect on the children, but the root of it is his decision to move away. Makes it difficult and expensive for the children to have contact with their dad. So if that is your attitude, Larry, bringing it back to your choice of words, Daisy, if you choose now to have that attitude where you don't care because you are spiting the mom, I'm not sure that you have the right to have contact with your kids, even for 3 weeks out of a holiday or anything else, because you seem to blatantly disregard your children's rights to see you. It feels like you are just not caring about the effect on the kids, but you're making it difficult and expensive by moving away for no good reason. If you didn't get anything out of the settlement, I would have understood if you had to move back to Lesotho, because you had no choice then. And she caused it. And then we would make sure that she got contact with the kids and you sorted out because she caused this. But it's not the fact. You are getting 5 million rand. You're now choosing to leave and abandon the kids. So it almost seems like her original assessment of you that don't care about the kids is in actual fact the truth. Your attitude clearly indicates that you do things the way you want to do it for your sake, what keeps you happy. And you've never been interested in the children's best interest at all. So your own conduct is showing me the full picture now at the end of this process. So if that is the case and you choose to move away, you cannot be convinced to stay. I'm going to tell you now that we're going to have the kids assessed. We're going to hear what their views and opinions are. We're going to tell them you're just moving away, you don't really care. And we're going to have to deal with the trauma effect of the kids. We're going to have to make sure that whatever contact structure we then do will create emotional stability for them, because you are now plucking the carpet out under them. And you can't just expect to come back if things change again. So I would really like for you to go back to your attorney and reconsider this decision, because I'm going to have to do a mediation outcome report based on what was discussed here. And secondly, I'm not sure how you can actually insist on contact if you move away. No attorney is going to win this case if you voluntarily take yourself out of the picture. Yes, I know.
I just want to say that Nkosinati said they have load shedding issues in the office and he doesn't have data, so he won't be able to watch.
Okay. If you can just tell him I'm recording the session, so we'll send it on the group. I think we're going to finish at 3 o'clock in anyway today, because we're a very small group. We're going to give you off, but I'm going to give you guys homework then to do your
It makes so much sense what you said now, Melanie, in terms of covering the whole spectrum. Because it could actually go either way. It could be that he just pretended to care for for the kids, because he wanted to stay in the house in the beginning. It was just about me, myself, and I. It could be that side, although that was not the idea that I got.
No.
So it actually covers the whole spectrum. That's your choice.
Yeah. Either way, I need to make sure the kids are fine now.
Exactly.
So whatever the parents decide, we need to build a solution in for the kids, and that is going to include some form of therapy. Because it's the effect of the divorce, plus now my dad's moving away. So it's not just a divorce, it's a divorce and long-term separation from him.
Yeah, emotional.
But I want you guys to understand Section 7 better. I want you to be able to apply it, and all of it, in 1 or 2 sentences. So build it in, bring it together, talk it, use it like a sword. We say the Bible is a two-edged sword, it's mighty, but you need to know how to use it. And this is exactly what I expect of you. You need to be able to talk everything we've learned or taught you last week. And playing on the emotions, manipulating them a little bit into feeling bad by asking the questions. What do you think Peter is going to say if you just decide to go to Lesotho? Don't you think he's going to suffer from abandonment or rejection? What happens if kids experience rejection? I'll find a nice little YouTube video. Talk about the effect of rejection on kids and separation. So bring that to the table, get them to reconsider. Because obviously Larry is the one that needs to consider. In this case, Delilah can't do anything more. She's already given him millions of rands. She told him the kids love you. She actually tried to get him to stay. Although it suits her that he goes. But she can already see the kids are going to stray, and she's going to sit with them. She's going to have to be the parent that sits with all of this emotional stuff. Okay, what have you learned? It's important. What did you learn, Nada? So good for you for getting the correct section. I think you can apply it stronger.
Yeah. No, this was definitely an exercise of how it feels if you put the right puzzle piece in that puzzle shape, which is understanding what is the root of the problem. So that I'm noticing in myself that I'm so focused on getting to the solution that I forget the importance of understanding what I'm dealing with here. And that will allow us all to get to a solution quicker if the groundwork is properly identified and worked through and whatever. So this whole idea of going to the root of the problem, validating the emotions, but really validating the emotions, not just going through the motions. These role plays have allowed me to move from the theory, because it's one thing reading through all this notes and one thing of understanding it cognitively. It's a completely different story, finding myself in the situation and my mind is completely blank and I don't know. Whoa, I feel stuck, like Daisy has said of times. It's like I have no clue what I'm doing. So thank you, Melanie. You really have a gift of making, of teaching, and helping us to move from that theory to the practice.
I'm so glad, because I want to teach you guys how to think. We don't teach kids to think. We teach them how to memorize and to do parrot work. But we need to understand, why are you doing this? That's why I'm asking, what is your brain pattern? Why are you thinking? What's your strategy in your mind? Where are you trying to go with this? Because you guys need to think well. If I can teach you to think in the 5 weeks, you can apply what I've taught you. But if you don't understand the significance of your mistake or the implication of the wrong way of, then it's no use. And that's something that I can try to teach it, but your cognitive understanding and grasping of it is going to be very important. And I must tell you, this group is very strong in understanding what we're telling you. So I'm thankful. You have a lot of understanding. You grasp very quickly why this is not the right route, why this is a better route. But to delve into the options, because you've got a menu full of stuff. Which one will you use? So Daisy wasn't wrong in talking about attitude. And Arnel and Nkosinati wasn't wrong talking about the effect. But the most accurate one, and that's the question, which one is going to be your shortcut? Which one nails the hammer in very quickly? Otherwise, you're going to take the longer route. So it's about being effective. And that's why I'm teaching you to really listen, and your mind must automatically go. Section 7E, attitude. This is contact. This is communication. This is trauma. This is revenge. This is what's really going on. What drives people's behavior? Why is Larry in the first place moving to Lesotho? It still doesn't make sense to me. The only thing that would explain it is that he's really not actually interested in the kids so much, because who would move this quickly? I can't make any other conclusion, because I didn't pick up a lot of spite in any way. It didn't feel to me like he was really spiting the mom by moving away. She's glad he's moving away. It's like he's got another agenda, because who would leave the kids? But yeah, so you have to understand why they're doing what they're doing. Why are they saying what they're saying? Was he just trying to get a reaction, or what was going on here? I couldn't figure that out. And that's why we need to ask more questions. So if I can get you to think about things a bit deeper, then I'm happy. So thanks, Nada. Appreciate it. Daisy, what did you learn?
Well, I learned that as a mediator, I need to always think out of the box. And also, I need to assess the session while I'm still busy with the session. Like sometimes the parents might take the session out of the line. So I must have a way of bringing them back, so that at the end we reach a conclusion, or we reach a solution of the problem that we are dealing with. So I've learned that if I can do that, it will be much easier for me to control the whole session.
Yes. And I like that word, to control the whole session. Hello, Nkosinati, welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Feedback on the role play. So, but yeah, I like that word, Daisy, because it's important that you understand that you guide the whole session. It is actually in your hands. If you know your stuff, it's easy to control the session. But if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get into Alice's hole in Wonderland. You're going to go through that hole. You don't know where you're going. You're falling, and they're giving the pace, and you're just playing along with whatever they're giving you. You need to guide, structure, have a plan, have the agenda in your mind. What are you trying to do? So yeah, I like that. Thanks for that feedback. But now, what did you learn?
I learned that, when we studied and the night before you wanted to just go and lie down on the bed and you want to put the textbook over your head, and then all the knowledge must just jump in there. I learned I want to have your head and put it on mine whenever I'm doing something like this. I feel so lost in terms of I've got actually no idea. I never worked with the Children's Act. Never, ever. In all my years, because we didn't do statutory work. So it's like brand new for me. We did it when I studied ages ago, and it changed in any way. So I'm really not familiar with the Children's Act. Although it's not difficult, but to interpret it and to get the right ones, because I haven't worked with that, that's very important. And then another thing, I think because we're so used to listening and reflecting, and like, for example, what you said now, don't you think there might be rejection or separate whatever issues? It's like in a therapeutic situation you would never say something like that, because you wouldn't focus on the emotions. So that's a difficult
switch
balance to keep in mind, it takes a lot of, you really need to be above average in your sensitivity towards a lot of issues, not just the emotions, but the facts, and to think strategically, but to have the whole picture in mind. And I think it's a huge skill, which I definitely don't have at the moment. At all. I
Yeah,
feel
it
very
feels
inadequate.
overwhelming because it's a lot of information, but because, and I said it to you right in the beginning, just because you're aware, it's better to be up and unaware and aware than unaware. You guys are aware now. So even though you still have to go look what section and you know now about the section, something's going to ring a bell somewhere. You are going to be able to do it. Even though it's going to come a bit hakkerig and stoterig, previously you had no clue what you did, but everyone thought you were mediating. We all thought, yes, we're doing a good job. And it probably wasn't a bad job. But now you can cut through it, you slice through it like butter in a hot knife. And your approach is going to be different from mine because I've had years of really working with bad things under a lot of pressure. So it was sort of forced into my brain. I didn't sleep with a textbook like this. I had to find a way to deal with difficult people under very short time spans. Otherwise, I wouldn't get through a day. So I had to get the shortcuts figured out, and I do this. But the flip side is that I'm very unsensitive. So I'm going to take you, sir, but you said you're moving to Lesotho. So you're the one breaking Section 7E. Sir, you. So I come across as maybe too aggressive, too forceful. Like my mother-in-law said, I don't have to be this crass with her. I come across as crass, even with the people I love, because I'm focused on the solution. I'm not stuck in, let me be nice with you and how do you feel? So I hardly ever get, and I need to watch this up and down thing, because I hear the emotions, I validate the emotions, but then I look for that solution. I hear you, I validate you, but we still need to fix it because the effect on the kids. So I need to work very hard at being sensitive, but sensitivity is not probably going to solve the problem in the field that I was working in. But sensitivity might resolve it in my relationships with my mom-in-law. So I also need to manage my way of doing things. And I think we all need to manage not going into therapy, not thinking for clients, not making assumptions, not giving them the solutions. You know, we need to be cautious of what we bring to the table. And at least now you guys are aware. So although it feels like you know nothing or you don't know enough, it's not true. You know a hell of a lot more than 3 weeks ago. Your
That's
brain
true.
has been expanded in a very short period of time. You've been unlocked to think differently. So the rest is now just going to be practice and more awareness and more practice and more practice. And you're just going to see that you're going to think differently about conversations with people. When they tell you stuff, you're going to listen differently. You're going to ask, is this an attitude? Yes, this attitude. Or is there a deeper root giving rise to the attitude? Because attitude is almost like an emotion. It's just a clue of a thought pattern at the back of it. So why is he thinking this? Why is the attitude still sucky? There's something deeper going on behind the attitude. What is that? So really to go into thinking mode, to go assess what's going on here. Always come from a place of curiosity. That's your biggest superpower. And if you have that, the skills about Section 7, this and this, you can learn that. It'll come with time. But if you don't know how to think, you have a massive problem. Okay, so don't feel overwhelmed, Arnel. You've got more skill than 3 weeks ago, and that's the main thing.
Thank you.
Thanks. Daisy, did I ask you already? What's your epiphany, your golden nugget?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Mm.
Then, Nkosinati, last one. What was your biggest lesson today, Mr. Larry, Mr. Nkosinati? Throwing
All
up
right.
a fascinating curveball.
Actually, the biggest lesson, I think I'm having two for today. Firstly, I believe as a mediator, right, it is important to actually have an understanding in terms of the Children's Act, so that whenever you are having your clients, as soon as they start addressing their problem, you are able to pick it up, which act can address that problem as well. So another thing, as a mediator as well, I think you need to be more in charge of your sessions as well. Involve your client, let it be seen that you are in charge of the session as well by guiding both of your clients as well, ma'am. So yeah, it's something that I think I've learned today. More especially the Children's Act, you need to identify those problems as soon as you interact with the client, be able to know which act actually can address that problem. So yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So you guys must take this form and go make it your own. You need to adapt certain things that work for you. Build more categories in, or more blocks, or more whatever, to help you to see where's really the root of the problem. What thing do I need to address first? That is your mind map that will guide you into dealing with the first things first in the correct and effective manner. Okay. So you need to develop your own tools that's going to work for you. If you have the Children's Act up on your wall, you do Section 7, you can see it. Gets drilled into your brain. Or doing videos for your clients or presentations. Talking through the Children's Act in a presentation form is going to also assist you. So the quicker you draft your own presentation, because you've got the slides, you can take photos of it and do your own thing. The more you talk it through, the more you will be able to speak it, remember it. And now it's so easy in a session, because you've done the training with your clients, to just go back and say, but sir, we spoke about how difficult and expensive you're making it for the kids. Remember, we spoke about it. So you are moving. So you're not explaining it out of the dark. The clients also have context now, because you've explained everything to them from Section 18 to the definitions to Section 7. So there's nothing difficult for them as well, because you just take them back to the slides and talk it through. You don't have to convince them. It's the law. So it makes it really easy, and yeah, you've got the tools to deal with it. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes. I want you guys as a team to decide what is the best solution for the kids at this point. Do you think the dad must stay? What is the best parenting plan that you can hope for? What is your opinion? So I want to hear from, let's start with one, and I want you guys to work together as a team to say, what is the best contact structure? The dad decided he's going to come back now. He's heard Section 7E, so Larry's coming back. What do you think must happen? What's your recommendation as a social worker to court for contact? And I want to have a comprehensive solution for all the problems.
So I think on the we now here
Yeah.
we must decide. So we know we've established that they've got a bond and that he's got the ability to care. Did we
Does he have the capacity to care? We haven't established that yet.
We haven't established that.
I think, in a sense, get an idea of where do we think primary residency should be at this point. Do you think it's with Larry or Delilah? Team? Who thinks it's with Larry? Who thinks it's with Delilah?
I think it's with Delilah.
Delilah.
Okay, so primary residency is possibly going to be with Delilah. Larry's chances of now fighting for primary residency blown it up himself by showing us that he would leave and go away quickly. So primary residency is going to be with Delilah. So contact structure with Larry, what is going to influence that?
His behaviors, like the hot boxing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, exactly. All of those concerns needs to be addressed first before we can even talk about a contact structure.
Okay.
So how do we address that?
do we already have the proof of I think the one girl has got asthma problems, the Peter's got ADHD. The one girl, I think Candace is lactose intolerant. So we have all of that in place, and we know that those are the real true facts
Yeah, so let's go
regarding
with
the
the
health.
version. There was Larry disputed it. Delilah went through all the trouble and the effort to get them all assessed again. And
Okay.
it is a reality. The severity
Okay.
of the lactose intolerance is the lightest one. It's so you need to understand, firstly, what is the severity of the illness? What exactly is required? So we've established it now. She can have ice cream, but only lactose intolerant milk ice cream. But she's definitely allergic to milk. You can't just feed her milk and steady stumpies and take her to Spur for a milkshake. If you want to give her milkshakes and ice cream, you have to check what type of products. Luckily, in Mossel Bay, a new bar opened with lactose-free vegan products or whatever. So, or Joburg, because I was staying in Gauteng. So, if he wants to take her, there's certain places he can take her to. The other kids have asthma and have ADHD. So, that's the reality. So, how will you address that? Who will you talk to about this? Is there something you need to deal with, Larry or Delilah?
It's Larry.
His capacity, yeah.
So
To
we have
see,
to talk to
see,
Larry.
yeah. Will he be able to deal with his? I mean, to understand and know how he needs to be in a relationship with these kids when they're together because of these pre-existing conditions. And to hear from him, does he feel, he has the ability to do that? Or
He still thinks it's bullshit, but he sees the medical reports.
Yeah.
What are you going to tell him?
Well, if the medical reports come out with a list of how to deal with the kids with these kind of existing conditions, will he, and they've got what do you call it? A guideline of what to do. I can ask. We can ask Larry. Can he deliver on those
But he doesn't
guidelines?
want to, for example. So
he doesn't want to.
You think you're asking? What do you really expect of Larry?
I think I would also, maybe if I can jump in,
Yeah.
just remind him of the section 7J on chronic illnesses of which the child may suffer, and we do have the
Exactly.
the proof that it is so.
Yeah.
So it's not debatable whether you believe it or not. It is This is what we have to deal with now. So in
what do
which
we need
way?
from Larry?
We need
Larry to do
compliance.
what?
He needs to commit to to sticking to the commitment.
That's
to stick
the
to
word
the
I'm
rules
looking
of
for.
the
We need Larry to commit that even though he disagrees, that he's going to do this. Because what happens if he doesn't? Because Sonati, what's going to happen if he doesn't adhere to those medical requirements?
Oh, definitely he won't have access on the children. He won't have contact session with the children.
Why? Because he doesn't have the capacity.
Capacity, yes.
So Larry, you choose if you're going to follow the doctor's report or not. I cannot force you. But your capacity to care for the special needs of the kids and for their medical requirements will determine on a sliding scale the amount of contact you're going to get. Because that calendar works on a sliding scale. The greater your bond, the more contact. The greater your capacity to care, the greater your contact. So it's no use there's a strong bond but a zero capacity. Then you're not going to see the kids. And we're screwing them up because they have a need for you. They have a bond with you. So my job is to make sure that you commit, that you show a capacity to care. Because if you can't care, you're not going to have contact. And if that's the case, then you can just as well move to Lesotho without contact, because there's no way in hell the mother is going to send them to you for 3 weeks, knowing that you're not going to give them the medication and feed them cow's milk, probably. So you pick, Larry, you're responsible for your own behavior. But there's consequences, healthy boundaries. Larry, if you pick not to do the doctor's stuff, then the legal stuff says no contact. So what do you want? The money or the box? You can't have both. So we need to get a commitment from Larry. Okay, Larry, so do you agree to adhere to all the medical requirements? Yes. If so, we need to build it into the parenting plan. We're going to do drafting of parenting plans next week. So your parenting plan would read as follows. The primary residency of the children will be with the mother. The father agrees to adhere to all the medical requirements of the children insofar as he undertakes to give Peter his ADHD medication, Ritalin doses 50 milligrams twice a day. He agrees to make sure that he always has Serotype or Astavent close to Susan, because her asthma is although it's chronic, she's not on chronic medication, she's only on the asthma pump. She doesn't have Fox-Air. And he agrees to adhere to taking the youngest child, Candace, only to lactose-free environments or vegan restaurants to ensure that she doesn't get any lactose apart from that that's recommended by her doctor. You build that into the parenting plan. You write further. If the father refuses or fails to adhere to these requirements, he understands that his contact structure will immediately be terminated in light of the fact that it's not in the children's best interest medically to be in his contact or be in his care. So build that penalty into it, that little threat, build into it. If he doesn't adhere to it, the mother has the right to contact the kids at all times to make sure that they've received their medication. So we need to build checks and balances into the parenting plan. The father needs to send a video every day confirming that he gave the medication. Whatever checks we can build in, you do it in your parenting plan. Okay, now we've established the dad commits to the caring of the children for all of their medical needs. Now only can we talk about the contact structure. So tell me, team, what do you think is the best contact structure? Where is the dad going to live? Because that's also going to determine the contact structure. So we can't talk about contact structure until we know his residency. Which definition of any of the 4 rights and responsibilities will tell us about his residency? There's a definition with a specific sentence. So there's a definition for contact, there's a definition for maintenance, there's a definition for guardianship, there's definitions for care. Which one deals accurately with the father's residency, which will have an effect on the contact structure?
I think it's care, because it talks about a suitable place to live.
Yes. Well done. Does he have a suitable place to stay? Where's he staying?
Yes.
He disappeared to Lesotho for 3 weeks. Now, where's he now? So tell me quickly, where do you think Larry must stay? Or where is Larry staying? And how will that affect the contact structure? So ideally speaking, what do we want Larry to get? Where do we want Larry to stay? Daisy, where do you want Larry to stay? You're the difficult mother. Where do you want Larry to stay to allow him for sleepover visits?
Well, I think he can stay where it is not more than 100 k's to where the children are.
Okay, great. He's staying right. He's staying in the same suburb. You're staying in Parktown. He's now going to stay in Parktown. But where? What type of place? What would make you happy as the mother? Because ultimately the mother is the one that needs to be okay with where the dad lives, because she's the one that's either going to send the kids or block the kids. So I asked the moms, where do you think you should stay? What will satisfy you, Mother Daisy?
He can buy an apartment.
Okay, what type of apartment?
Since he said he's having a girlfriend, he will choose.
If you had a choice to tell him where to buy, would you really tell him to buy an apartment? Does apartments have gardens? Do your kids like gardens, yes or no? You know your kids, are they going to be happy in an apartment?
Yeah.
Hey, you must the mother. You're supposed to know your kids. Peter has a dog. He needs to have his dog. They need a garden. So that's going to be a suitable place to stay. Maybe a house with a garden. Or if you guys stayed in an apartment, the kids never had, like here in Mossel Bay, we've got the Trio Towers. It's the most beautiful apartments. You don't need a garden because your garden is the ocean. It's the beachfront. So if they always used to live like that, it's fine. But now all of a sudden you're going to put the kids that had a garden into an apartment. What are you doing to them? Now you are harming them. Okay, so we have to talk about this. Suitable place to stay. What does it mean? So you need to think further, Daisy, than just saying an apartment. And also, an apartment, is Cupcake allowed to live there? Can the kids see her if they're there? Are we talking about a 1, 2, 3, or 4 bedroom place? How are the kids going to sleep? Who's sleeping together with who? So you need to think about these things. So let me ask someone else. Nkosinati, what do you think is a suitable place to stay in this case?
I think a suitable place, it needs to be a place where it accommodates all the needs of the children, like meaning that the space should be conducive enough for their development. So yes, if maybe for instance, the children are interested in gardening, meaning that the place should have those things. If they're interested in facilities such as playing soccer, that mini green grass, it ought to be there. So yes, that's best I can try to explain a suitable place to
Tell
live.
me, what does the house look like? How many bedrooms?
I think it can be 4-bedroom house. Looking at the fact that it is 3 children and the father.
Okay. So can Candace sleep in her own bedroom yet?
Besides, the 3-year-old girl, she's still young. She can't sleep alone.
So
But
why do you give her her own bedroom then? Yeah. So it will be nice if there is a 4-bedroomed house. It's not bad if she has her own bedroom, but she's probably going to end up sleeping either with the sister or with the dad in a cot. Can she sleep in a cot if Liza and Larry is having sex? No.
no.
Can't. So what are we going to do then? So where will her cot be? In the dad's room or in the Candace's room? Or is Peter actually going to be the babysitter? Or what are we going to do? Or is Lisa only going to be there when the kids are not there? Or do the kids like Lisa? She can be there. See how complicated it gets, and you need to sort this out for the kids. Yeah. So you need to think about these things to get solutions to the table for this family. And also what would have had an effect, let's say Larry didn't get anything. He was married out of community without the accrual. He got nothing. No Porsche, no nothing. He can't move the kids around. He can't take them to school. Nothing. He's got nothing of that. So where will he stay? He's forced to stay with Cupcake. Since we don't want him to go to Lesotho, we're forcing him to move in with Cupcake. Cupcake lives in a bachelor flat. Can the kids sleep over there?
No.
No. So what are we going to do? We're going to have day visits. He can see the kids at Spur once a weekend. Every Saturday, he takes the kids at Spur. There's a park that they can see. He can come and visit the kids in the mom's house maybe They have a picnic in the garden. What will work for the reality for now? And then we can phase it in. And we need to tell Larry, the quicker you have your own place again, where you have space for the kids, the quicker we can move to sleepover. Go. We need to manage the relationship between Delilah and Cupcake as well. Because, ma'am, you understand that your kids have a bond with the father. They need to see him. We forced him basically to move back. So how are we going to facilitate that relationship? Great, but he can have a relationship with his kids, but the kids don't have to have a relationship with Cupcake. So they're not going to sleep over with Cupcake. Okay, so you have to manage all of these dynamics.
Okay.
Got to think about these things. And then it's picking up and dropping off. Who collects them? Who drops them off if there's no car? Another thing we have to think about, the mom is still working hard and she needs to make up for the 5 million that she's lost. So is her working hours going to increase or decrease? Who's going to pick the kids up from school or not? Can he still do it? So instead of paying a nanny, can he help to drive the kids around? What's the effect of that going to be on the maintenance? Which we will do next week. So the reality of the home environment is something we need to finish in this mediation session. Luckily now he's got 5 million. So Larry, before the next session, I want you to go and look for places that's suitable to stay within your budgetary restraints. Do you have a problem with Cupcake, ma'am? Yes, I've got a problem. Or no, because if he lives with Cupcake, we can get a better place for the kids to stay. Although she's going to be part of their life. Is she going to be part of the kids' lives? Yes or no? If she's not going to be part of the kids' lives permanently, then Lisa needs to be pushed out of the question for a little bit until the kids can firstly deal with the divorce. You manipulate the dad to say, do you know the effect of the kids? It's the divorce. Lisa is too soon. Oh, but they know Lisa. Lisa has been helping the dad pick them up and get them from school for the last year. So Lisa is not a stranger. They like her. They love her. So the reality of your clients will determine the solutions you facilitate. Their feedback, you need to listen to what they're giving you. But ma'am, I don't understand. The kids have always been driving around with Lisa. Why are you upset now? Now because she's having sex with my husband. Oh, he's not your husband. You want him to be your ex-husband. So what's the root of the problem? Why do you have this attitude? We need to fix it. Okay. So deal with the root of the problem. Throw back their own versions to you and build a solution in for the kids. Okay, so Larry needs to come back with options. And if you really want to make sure that Delilah is happy, you show Delilah the options before you choose. Looking at things like how far are we from the school? How safe is it for the kids? Is it pet friendly? What's the rental amount? Will Lisa have her own room? Will the kids be able to have privacy, or are we throwing them all into a one-bedroom place because it's all you can afford? With 5 million, that's not an argument that you can have. So do you guys just understand how wide you need to think?
Yes.
And the parents' realities, their finances play a big role in the decisions they make. Because most parents don't get 5 million out of a divorce. They both walk away poor. So you theoretically are not going to have this lovely scenario when you mediate. They're going to have to make do with a 2-bedroom flat without a garden. So will the kids want to go to Larry? Probably not. We're going to have to get things in place to make it nice for them to go, safe for them to go, conducive to their health and well-being. So Larry, the faster you learn to paint again and get yourself acquainted, the quicker you can move into a better place. Okay, because the decisions we're going to make today about primary residency and the contact structure is going to affect the maintenance calculation of next week. Okay.
Yes.
Good day, bad day. Was this fun or not fun?
It was a good day.
It's fine.
Good day. So what I normally would have done, I would have started with maintenance, then to show the people, but you can't do maintenance unless you've done the divorce first. but I think it makes more sense like we did it today. Do the role play,
Yes.
you can't move forward. Do marital regimes, the full implication thereof, and then only can you do primary residency. And after that only can you move into maintenance.
Mm. Mm. Makes
Okay.
sense.
I'm going to release you early today. Arnel is really relieved.
Well, for many reasons, but the one is that I have an appointment and I don't miss anything here now. So thank you, because next week I'm in Potchefstroom and I'll be busy at the university. So I'm going to miss you the whole session next week, but the next week after that I'll be back. But it's just first prize to be here in this
Yeah, to
because you learn so
practice.
much. You can, yeah. So thank you very much.
The pleasure. Listen, I want you guys to start preparing your opening statements. There's a very long opening statement, I think, in your textbooks. If it's not there, I'll send it again. But I want you to make a shorter one with 8 points and start timing yourself. It shouldn't be more than 3 minutes long. So I'll send it to you, the outline of what I want in there. So you're going to present it on the last Thursday. It's part of your job. And in it, I want to know your values. I want to hear, my name is Nkosinati. I'm passionate about integrity, blah, and I want to hear your top 5 values in there. At least 3.
Okay.
I want you to market yourself because you're going to compete with other social workers for the position. I want to feel your heart. I want to feel your passion. I want to know, why are you a mediator? Okay. And then the other things are, what is the mediation process? What is mediation? What is your process? I want to hear ground rules. I want to know who you are as a mediator. I want you to talk about the right of them to have an attorney, voluntary process, and then there's another one. But I'll give it to you. I'll put it on the group. Short little summary of what I expect of you in your opening statement, and then you can read through that long thing. Don't do the opening statement and tell me, oh, is the aircon too hot and is the chairs too cool? And don't give me that long. That thing is very comprehensive. It's for you to read through. I want you to develop your own short little opening statement of 3 minutes max. What is mediation? Setting them at ease, explaining to them what's going to happen just before you jump into the child law presentation. Okay, so start working on that. You've got 2 weeks to prepare for that. We'll go through it again next week so that you know exactly what's expected. So next week we'll do maintenance and we'll draft the parenting plan, what we've agreed to so far after we've calculated the children's expenses. Okay, let me leave you. Have a wonderful afternoon and rest well. Your brains look a bit tired to me.
Good luck with the mother-in-law.
Thank you. I need I need to apply calmness and wisdom and not go into pit bull mode. So pray for my mediation. I had to stay on.
Listen,
Okay, guys.
if I can maybe just share this, a friend of mine, she said she's dating a new guy and he didn't, how do you say, close his fly,
Yeah.
And she said the whole time, because she felt so embarrassed, and all she said is, she told herself, look at his eyes, look at his eyes, look at his eyes. So what I want to tell you is now, don't look at the throat. Don't look at the throat.
Look at the heart. I need to look at the heart.
The heart.
Look at the heart. Thank you guys for a wonderful session. You're a great group and it's fun to train you. So thank you for participating.
Thanks, Melanie.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
everybody.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.